Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning as we continue with our discussion about content distribution. And yesterday we had a very good engagement with different distributors from across the continent. And today we continue with the same note where we get to know who are these content distributors who are based in our territory, how do they buy their content. And I think some of my key takeouts from yesterday's session was for you to understand your contract terms as a content creator. And also, it's good to understand what is your distributor or sales agent's strengths in the industry, because they distribute to different platforms and for different rights. So for today's session, we'll engage with 5 distributors from across the continent. And I'm honored today, this morning, to be hosting Edward Mulandi, who is the festival manager for Rushlake Media. So Edward, karibu sana, and feel free to share a presentation about what Rushlake does. Take us through how you run your acquisition model, and which are these festivals that you take your content to, because as the audience should know, is that distribution is not just for TV, it's not just for video on demand like Netflix. There's also the festivals, and there's also the theatrical, which will engage through the day. So could you take us through what Rushlake Media does? And can you also tell us, for instance, what are your contract terms? What are the clauses that we should look for in your contracts, and those kinds of things? How do you look for content? Where do you scout for your content? And if I'm to come to pitch to you, what are your expectations in terms of marketing material? How should I come packaged as a creator? So take the floor, Edward. Feel free to share your presentation, and we'll have the question and answer session on Facebook and YouTube. So feel free to shoot your questions. Edward will be answering as we go. Edward.
All right. Thank you, Lucy, very much. And thank you, Dr. Zipporah as well, and LIPFF for having us today. In essence, Rushlake Media is pretty much, its main focus is with the African films, African storytelling. In terms of the way we do look for distribution, we have difference. We have the way of issuing out like a direct contact to a producer that either we meet at an event like a film market or exhibition, or also by scanning festivals. And that is what my colleague, Cindy Bai, does. Actually, she's the acquisition manager. So what she does is that she would scan the markets and she would see which film has the potential that she thinks that would work with Rushlake's mandate, which is obviously the African films. There, what she'll do is that she'll issue out communication saying that she finds the film interesting, and she lay out why she thinks it's interesting and why she thinks it has potential. And then from there, what will happen is the producer will be given an opportunity to share information about the film itself, which is now where we talk about the things that are expected from the filmmaker, like the materials that should come with the film itself. And then at this point is where the discussion will be about whether the broadcast history of the film itself, whether it's been shown anywhere, it's been broadcast on any platform, or if there's an intent to. And at that point is now when we'll start breaking down the opportunities that we see with the film, whether it'll include distribution with theatrical option, or whether it will be on demand, like Lucy mentioned, or television itself. And it's usually at this point where now we can, when we engage with the producer, who will tell us whether the film is just a feature, or in the case with things like documentaries, whether the documentary itself has a version that is edited for television viewing, which typically runs around an hour or so. And that will also become part of the package discussed once the acquisition process continues. And it's at this point also where we will discuss the kind of rights that we'll be looking at, and especially in our agreements. So this would extend to, if it's digital, you have the TVOD, you have SVOD, AVOD, and then you have the EST and the like. And so the idea is that at this point, we should be able to determine whether the film is supposed to be acquired for worldwide distribution. Perhaps you might have, like if you don't want it to be exclusive, it could be non-exclusive, and you can determine whether we will pick up the film exclusively, so we're the only partner that you have for distribution worldwide, or within a particular territory. That is also something that will come up in the discussion. And at this point is where, once we have come to an agreement, whether it's a case of like an upfront fee or a revenue share, which is more or less the more common model that is employed, especially when it comes to digital distribution, because in the end, when it comes to that kind of distribution, it's the long game, you know, because now you're dealing with platforms and subscription bases. And the thing is, more often than not, you'll find that broadcasters are the ones who pay you like an upfront fee, and it's done. That's it. Like, here, take it. We'll have the film for a year or 2 years, and then from there, it's that relationship more or less is closed until the next time you have something else for that broadcaster. But with VOD, you have a much longer lifespan that you can, monetize the film with. And so that part of the conversation will happen even before we sign anything. And then now there's the other aspect, which is where now I come into play, because the distribution paths are many, like we discussed in the past. Like you have the FTAs, which is broadcast, then you have theatrical, the cinemas, and then you have VOD, which is the Netflixes and Showmax, and other platforms like internationally. But what's at Rushlake, another aspect that we have is the festival management, which is essentially where we, as or we engage with the producer, or perhaps the producer has a film that they intend to make, and they've at least gotten some financing support, and they have a key team, or they're at the final stage of their script, and the film itself has the potential for a life cycle on the festival circuit. We can now develop a festival strategy for it, which is now where a question that I think the Vibe Network asked yesterday: what happens if they're looking for a distributor and their film is designed for the festival circuit? That is when now Rushlake can really come and help you as the producer, because not only do we have the experience of exploring this entire ecosystem of festivals, we do have a large contact base, and also we have the capacity to scale. And like, if you were to do it yourself, you have to determine, like, if my film is a documentary, which festival do I submit it to? And then you go one by one. But then as we have the existing relationships, and also the capacity to, hit out at very many festivals all around the world. Yeah, but in essence, the things to look out for, at least when you're talking about the contracts or the agreements that we look at, is most likely the rights that you want to clear for your film, whether you want it to be for digital distribution or more, very clear. And also on the exclusivity, because there is a concern that a producer may try to, try to cover all their bases, and may end up in multiple exclusivity agreements, so that in the market you find that there are clashes amongst distributors, because you find distributor A and distributor B are exclusively distributing the same film. So that is something that needs to be, on the talking stage, has to be extremely clear on what rights are available for the film that you have. So right now, I don't know if that covers more or less everything you had asked me to, Lucy. I can
Yes,
do a little presentation.
yes, you've captured everything in terms of uh, your acquisition process and the nature of rights that you acquire as a company. So maybe you can take us through the small presentation you had, and then from there I'll start taking questions from the audience.
Yeah. So this is to cater specifically to the festival circuit, or the nature of getting a film through the festival journey. So let me just share my screen.
Sure.
A moment. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't know if you can see the presentation.
Just give it a moment. Back office should be sorting it out.
Okay.
As we wait for the back office to sort out the presentation, maybe you can also tell us
Yeah.
some of the big festivals that probably, and what is your criteria towards selling to festivals? Is it on demand, or do they request for certain kinds of content, or you just pitch generally if you're taking a Kenyan film to a festival?
Okay. The main thing is that with any festival or a film's festival journey is that it's dependent on the film itself. Like, let's say you make a very strong fictional film, like a story about, let's say we have something like an epic saga of Luanda Magere on film. And what would happen is that now, if the film has, like very strong production values and it's the story is well told, the like, we would essentially start with how to package the film. Now, most festivals, especially the big ones, you have Cannes, Locarno, as well as Rotterdam, the like, would prefer that when you're submitting the film, you have it packaged as a DCP, digital cinema package. So now, as you're making the film, the consideration is that you'd have a DCP, and then you have, of course, the ProRes file and the like. Then from there, now you can now deal with the smaller digital files, because as you go down to the smaller festivals, you can use those files instead of the DCP. But most likely, Europe and the US, these are the kinds of expectations that they have, is that you have a DCP package of your film. Then now, the film itself will now determine what next, which festival makes sense for it. So if something like Luanda Magere gives it a fantastical aspect, right? Especially if you lean into the more mythical aspects of the film. So you'll find that a movie like that, you'd be looking at something like Cannes, of course, because they do have those sections for films like that, or Sitges, which is primarily focused on the fantastical genre. And then, as well as Toronto International Film Festival and as South by Southwest, because there's the idea that there are festivals that are there because of their magnitude and how big they are and their presence, and they help impart the prestige onto your film and expand its profile. And then they are accredited by an association called the I think it's LIPFF, if I'm not wrong, which is the one that grades these festivals per the competitive sections that are there, or rather than non-competitive. So these are the things that will give you the film, like a certificate, a trophy, or even a cash prize, and raises the profile. Now, the other festivals that are not accredited by this organization, but they are just as important because of their cultural influence and impact. Like you have Sundance and you have South by Southwest, and those festivals are equally as important for your film. And it really comes down to what is the best journey for the film that you have and how relevant it is to a particular festival. The other thing that is important is the premiere status of your film, whether it's been seen outside of your country or otherwise. I can see that the presentation is up.
Yes, yes.
All right. So let's see. Is it working? Is it moving?
Yeah, it's working. Yeah.
It's working. So you can see the intro, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the intro basically talks about the mandate behind the films that we look at. You know, like we know that African films are exceptionally multifaceted, colorful, powerful, romantic, hilarious. We have the morality tales, which we've seen so much from Nollywood, especially, and also our own films here. And they encompass the entire spectrum of what is possible within the realm of films. You have things like Supermodo and Katikati and the like. And then also like documentaries like Softy. And this essentially just shows that Africa is not one lump idea of what a film should be or what the kind of stories should be. And so it is that aspect that we want to get out into the world, that African films encompass an entirely beautiful, expansive experience. So now this has been our focus from 2013. And we also help the producer navigate the various channels, which is what we discussed before, from VOD, theatrical, and the like, as well as the festival circuit. And now, just to mention things like Cannes Film Festival, which is, I think, the most famous festival that we all know of last year. So the first thing is that after discussing with the producer, and we've agreed on acquiring the film, and now part of the film's distribution strategy involves the festivals, we have a discussion on where to premiere. Now, there are different kinds of premiere status. You have the world premiere, international, continental, domestic, and in some cases you find like it's a regional. Now, this premiere status allows for the film to build its profile using the biggest festivals that are there in the market. And also, these festivals tend to be attended to by industry participants, like your buyers, distributors, and the like. And they will show up there and they will most likely watch the film you decide to premiere. So generally, the first choice of premiere status, if you want to go worldwide, is Cannes, Venice, Berlin, as you can see over there. The second choice is now where you have the more prestigious festivals like Toronto in Canada, Sundance in the US, Tribeca also in the US, and San Sebastian and Locarno, which is in Europe, Switzerland. Now, the festivals that I was mentioning that graded as A have a competitive aspect, and it is important for your film to have the opportunity to participate in the competitive aspects, because this is where now the profile is raised, and it helps when a film wins a prize, several prizes. This improves its profile and also allows for the film to travel from festival to festival, because not only will it amongst the cinephiles who attend it, but the buyers will now be communicating and discussing this film that has won several awards or is really popular with the audience participants who are there. So you have several festivals that have this grading, like Tallinn in Estonia, Krakow in Poland, which also has a Warsaw Film Festival. You have Moscow International Film Festival, or Moscow, depending on where you're from. You have Shanghai in China, Cairo in Egypt, Goa in India, Karlovy Vary, the Czech Republic, Locarno, Montreal International Documentary, you probably know it as RIDM in Canada, Mar del Plata in Argentina, which also hosts the Bafisi Film Festival, which has just as big profile in that part in Argentina, and is one of the situations where, when you're doing festival management, is part of the strategy is weighing the cultural impact versus the industry establishment of certain festivals. Like Mar del Plata is more of an industry respected one, and Bafisi is respected in the industry, but also has a very large cultural footprint. And Tokyo International Film Festival in Japan. So this is where I laid out what the premiere status looks like. The world premiere is where essentially the film is yet to be screened anywhere publicly. At this point, probably your film has only been seen by the cast and crew and your producer, but has not been debuted on any platform, online or otherwise. An international premiere is where perhaps, like if it's a Kenyan film, it has had its domestic premiere where it's been seen in Kenya and nowhere else. And now it can be premiered somewhere like in Europe or Asia or Australia or the US or South America. And the continental premiere technically ties into now, like your film may have been seen in in Africa, but hasn't been debuted in Europe. So now if it does have a premiere in Europe, it would be the continental premiere, so to speak. Yeah. So there are several ways that you can submit your film, and I think it has been mentioned before that you, the producer, can determine on your own where to submit your film. Although it wouldn't be our strongest recommendation to do that because, like I mentioned earlier, if you do find a partner in a world sales company like ourselves, Rushlake Media, we have not only the relationships with many festivals, but also we're able to scale the effort of your film in the sense that we can hit a lot more festivals than you might be able on your own. The other way that you can submit your film is whether if it was co-produced by an institute or an academy. This tends to be the case very often in Europe because there are very many initiatives and outfits that do this. And the other option is to contact the festival programmer directly. So this means you'd have to go to each website for each festival and look for the programmer or the email address that's their contact address, and then send it in to them. And the other option is to you send in your screener as well. But technically, as you submit any film to any festival, you generally just have to send your screener. You have to. So it makes sense that when you're packaging your film, that you have a film that you can upload to our portal that you can view ourselves as the distributor also, or after acquisition, we can prepare this screener and then we can do this ourselves. Yeah. So there are a number of ways that you can submit your film, and it doesn't have to be fully completed, like the full sound mix done or everything, but specific festivals allow for this to happen. And you have to be very keen when you're looking at this. And that's something that we also are we're good at, in the sense that we are able to determine, like if the film festival requires you to send in a rough cut, or in some cases where perhaps it's the 2020 and you have your film and it's not yet picture locked, or you've not finished the sound mixing, or you're doing the narration and it's partly complete, that there are some festivals that will allow you to submit the film as it is. And then if it's selected, then you can now submit the finished film as well. There's also another option, in the sense that perhaps you made your film like Luanda Magere and submitted to a festival, or we submitted to a festival, but then now it may not be selected in that year. And then now you make a substantial change to it, like maybe halfway through the film, Luanda meets somebody else, another hero from another community that wasn't there in the first film, that changes the aspect of the film or the story flow of the film. Then it's possible to resubmit that film to the same festival because enough changes have been made to it. Yeah. So on this aspect, you can see here that there is, the mechanics of how the film goes through the festival circuit and the engine that it drives. Because the more successful your film is at festivals, the better it is to travel in terms of sales. Because as it builds its profiles and participants at markets and film festivals engage with the film itself, then the dialogue for sales is established. It grows and it expands. And as that goes on, that also contributes to your film being, in this case, like invited to other festivals, so that you end up building its life cycle for a longer period and also building its profile enormously. And this is something that leads us to the aspect that with Rushlake, this is something that we have established over the past few years and have done to I would say, quite good success. Yeah. And now over here you have a situation of where in the stage of the journey that you can, engage us in terms of the film. So once you've started your film, whether it's a script and the like, ideally the producer would have an idea of what their strategy is, whether they think their film will be best suited for a festival like Rotterdam or Cannes, or whether it's the short section, or whether it's the feature, documentary, whether it's a genre one. All those things are part of the roadmap or road to success or route to market that you'd be thinking for your film. So at this stage is where, in some special cases, that you can engage with us, and then we can determine whether, after you filled in essentially a few key points, which is you have the script ready, and you have at least key talents and crew, and there's some financing on board. So once this film has its shape or profile, it'll also help us determine the accurate and good strategy for the film itself, which is like what I mentioned before. Like if you're having a fantastical film, that you can have it debut whether at the Sitges or even at the Toronto Midnight Madness section, which caters to that kind of film itself. And also, if the film is of extremely high quality, then you can even, beyond those hyper specific festivals, go for the big ones like Cannes itself, or even Krakow, because they're more open to the categories and they are not restricted to the genre of the film itself. So it's at that point where we will be able to, push a film as well. So now I just wanted you to have a look at some of the films that I'm sure that you've seen that Rushlake has distributed, and with some success at festivals. You have Supermodo over there with some of the festivals that it's debuted and also awards. And this is information that you can access on our website itself. I'll share the link after the presentation. So you can see that over here you have a European festival, Berlin, you have South African, you also have the US, and with Katikati is the same. You have the same situation, and you can also see that the rights are listed there. So depending on the acquisition process and our discussion, we would communicate the kind of rights, and also within that scope, which festivals make sense for submission and the like. And you can see that it also took a prize at Toronto, and also several other festivals in 2016, Goa in India, Stockholm, Sweden, and CPH Docs, Peaks, sorry. And you have Nairobi Half-Life, which I think is one of the strongest films to come out of the country so far. And the good thing is that a lot more filmmakers are pushing out their films as well within this kind of genre or this kind of story. And it had quite a strong presence in the festival circuit, as you can see there listed. From our own awards, Kalasha, to South Africa with Durban, to even it being a candidate for the Oscars, the more or less ultimate award ceremony itself. And that's a path that the festival circuit can ultimately lead to, is essentially like an Academy Award or a BAFTA. And then we have a documentary here. Like in this case, you find that a film like this would require specifically going for festivals that are on the continent, things like Sparkle or AFRIF or CAMIF, which is Cameroon, the International Film Festival, or even Mashariki, so that it has its own profile within the continent, because it's a story that speaks very well to African viewers. But then also because it's a documentary and it's a creative documentary, because of how it's framed, you can now look at other festivals across the world. And as you can see there, you have Carthage, which is in North Africa, IDFA in Amsterdam, Dogfest Munich in Germany, Fespaco, which is, I think, one of the biggest, if not the oldest festival on the continent. Yeah. And then we have Liana, which is another creative documentary that caters to children, or children's perspective, that also had a very well regarded run in the festival circuit and picked up a lot of awards worldwide. Yeah, so at the end of that, you have our contacts. If we're acquiring a film and we both think that it has an opportunity to do well on the festival circuit, then it'll be within my mandate to do the best to make sure that happens. And this obviously will be in conversation with yourself, because it's a partnership. So I'd also be looking towards what your goals are as well as our own. And there's Cindy, who would be your first point of contact in terms of acquiring the film for distribution. And there's the link at the bottom of the presentation. Yeah, but I'll also share it with Lucy, and I think she'll share it with you guys.
Yeah, our back office will share your contact information. Oh, that was a good presentation, Edward. And I think I've learned so much about how you run the festival, acquisitions and circuit. So probably I've seen a question on our Facebook platform. Someone is asking, do you buy student films? So I think that question probably you'll answer from the position of the genres, especially of content or the films that you feel do quite well in various festivals that you present.
Yes. Now there are festivals that look at student films specifically, but it would really be determined by the engagement that we have once we see the film itself, which is either via our acquisitions manager engage with you and previewing the film, and having a look at it and seeing whether it can work with the festival circuit. Because generally, there are some festivals that are very particular on the kind of student film that they want, whether it's dependent on the theme. Like, is your student film like a fictional one, or is it a documentary? Is it a short one, or otherwise? Now, from there is where we can determine whether we can acquire the film itself. So generally, so far that hasn't been the case, but in the respect that perhaps if the film has been co-produced by the university itself, so that might technically make it a student film. But if you think that the quality of the film can withstand the expectations of festivals, including the ones that are either cater to students specifically, or shorts, then I think we would have a look at it and definitely have a conversation. So it's within the realm of possibility. I wouldn't say that it's excluded from the conversation, but it really depends on the film itself, and after we've laid eyes on it to evaluate.
Well, I see we have about 10 minutes, so if you have any questions, kindly post them on our Facebook and YouTube platforms. And so, Edward, also, I would like to know which festivals in Africa, for instance, because this is our territory, where do you think we should look out to go probably pitch our ideas? And also, I wanted to know, do you fund film production as a company, or do you do any co-production or any commissioning, that kind of thing?
Well, what I can say is at this stage, that's is not part of our mandate to commission or co-finance or produce. I wouldn't say that it's out of our future plans, depending on how the maturity of the market goes and things like that. But the one thing that I can say is, especially with what's been going on with the panel, especially the best thing is that on the continent, at least, there are very many festivals or markets that people can take their films to. So, sorry, to answer your first question, at this moment, no, Rushlake does not produce films, but we are very happy to help your film get to where it needs to go. Yes, so yeah.
So we,
But
we
in
engage you when our film is ready to air, or can we engage you from the conception of our ideas?
like I mentioned earlier in the presentation, especially when it comes to like the festival route, there are specific cases where you can engage us from the stage where at least the script is done, and you have your main production team and some financing on board as well. So you can engage us at that point, and then we can see how to go forward from there. But in terms of a straight out commissioning, like what you get from a pay TV company or a studio, that is currently not within our mandate or what we do. So in that respect, then yes, there are specific cases where from that production stage, at least when you've cleared the hurdle of locking the script and the like, and you have a production team that we can discuss a distribution strategy and like, yeah. On the continent, there are a number of festivals that you can look at. Like you have Encounters in South Africa, you have the Durban International Film Festival, FESPACO, you have Cairo. There's also there's also, I mean, there's this one, Lake International Pan African Film Festival itself. You have the Kalasha here, the awards in that respect, because they also have a market that's based around that. So that'll also help you engage with people who can help you, including ourselves, help your film get made or distributed. In Uganda, there was Amakula, but I'm not so sure if that's still operational. There's Zanzibar, which has also been quiet, but that is a very strong team and festival that has been a hallmark of Africa itself for a very long time. Yeah, so there are quite a number actually, and I could give you a litany of them, but then I would also be, how to say, showing you all my cards. Also want to discuss
You've
with you.
mentioned the best ones. Yeah. We have a question here from Cynthia, our friend Cynthia Brutus. She's asking, is the language version of a documentary determinant for you guys to consider? Do you acquire different languages, or what language do you acquire your content? And she also asks, okay, for example, if it's in French and either in English subtitles, and also do you acquire shorts?
The first question is yes. The language is determinant to an extent, but it doesn't mean that it would lock out the film from acquisition, because we acquire from all over the continent, whether it's French or Igbo or Twi or Zulu or Kosa, Kiswahili or Kiswahili and Sheng, or like one of the films that we have has Kiswahili, Kalenjin, Kikuyu, Sheng, English. So the idea is that while we're acquiring, we would be interested in knowing whether, when we're clearing the rights, it's a case of we can take your film as well, also the rights for dubbing it in whatever language is necessary, if it comes to that, or in subtitling the film in English. You can provide the subtitles themselves in English. So yes, we can acquire a film in whatever language that you have it in, provided that the English subtitles, it will help. If there's a case for where it makes sense to expand the reach of the film in another language, then that's also something that can be discussed and looked at. But yes, we do acquire regardless of the language, the original language the film is in. And the second question, what was the second question?
Do you guys consider shorts?
Yes, we do consider shorts. But this would be like with a focus on like digital distribution, so like on demand and the like, of which I think we've started to see the impact of that with something like Netflix showing Pocha, which is essentially like a short film. But yeah, shorts are something within our the range of what we do look at. It's not the main focus, but it doesn't mean that we wouldn't look at it. So yes, like we do have a short from Tanzania that we acquired recently. So that was it's a good film called Sukari. So yeah.
Great. I don't see any more questions, but that was a really, really good presentation, Edward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And you've given us enough insights. And I believe our back office will share your contacts and Cindy's as well, so that if
Yes.
you'd like to sell your film, or you'd like to engage Edward about which festivals to go to, which festivals to take your film, then he's the right person to talk to. And yeah, thank you so much, Edward, and we appreciate your time, and we'll engage with you later. So back to the back office, VP.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you all. And it's great to know more about Rushlake. I think you have had questions that people have been wishing to ask. Yeah. And people want to go to festivals with you.
Hey, no. The only thing is this year COVID has been very harsh on the festival circuit. But just to throw in one last thing is that the good thing is that festivals have now had to go in a hybrid route, which is where they've had to put up either physical or virtual. So still, despite the fact that the physical is on, digital aspect.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate, and thanks to you and the whole Rushlake team, we really appreciate that you could commit to be here now and empower our producers and all filmmakers all over Africa on what distribution is about and what your organization particularly does. And I can see we just have 3 more minutes to our next guest. It's we are going to have Danny Mushira, but Edward, thank you so much. And we just want to tell people this session is going on, and we still have 4 more speakers until 1:45 p.m. Thereafter, we will have a screening break and then another panel discussion with Lucy Muthui. Lucy, today is your day on LIPFF.
Yes. Awesome.
Okay. Today is your day on LIPFF. Okay, so thank you so much, Edward, and bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Right. See you guys shortly.
All right.
All right. Okay, guys, we're just having like I think a 3-minute break. Then we'll be on with the Danny Mushira again.
All right.
Okay.
How fast were you able to see that film on other platforms after it was released?
When you're making these deals, you need to be really aware of how they're going to affect your sales down the line.
They talk about local or domestic and then international.
Distribution and marketing is an entirely difficult field, and the first thing I've learned is that I have to get a sales agent at development of my film, and that is something that I'm going to do right now.
I think the biggest mistake we have done, we've never taken film just as a serious business on its own.
There's no way you're going to do film and you're not known and you're not making money, then you're not doing business.
So understanding how the film industry or the film business work makes it easier to craft stories that can sell and reach audiences that are able to pay.
What do you think can make the cinematic film look way better in terms of post-production?
Cinematography, I've learned a lot. It's so fun. We've been able to learn a number of things that we wouldn't have learned if we wouldn't have come.
LIPFF Festival is taking it to the next level, and 2019 is hotter than hottest.
And so thank you so much. That is LIPFF, one of the LIPFF distribution workshops that we had last year. And maybe just have a snippet. I think Danny is here. So we can start with Danny. Yeah. Hi, Danny.
Hi, guys. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, Danny.
How's everyone?
Good to see you. Good,
You are
good,
that
good
guy.
to see you.
Excellent.
No, Danny.
Yeah.
Good. I think your sound is fine.
Okay.
Your light is what I need. We need to see your face more.
Do you need to move my? You know, I'm working from my
Maybe
house.
you need to face the window. Now face the window.
I face the window.
Yes.
Is that okay? So this is not. This is okay. 1 second.
Just 1 second. Perfect. Now that's going to be perfect.
Is that better?
Perfect. Yes.
Okay. Cool. Just
Good.
1 minute. Let me just set up something. Just one. Let me get my notebook.
Yes. Lucy. Lucy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Let's wait for Danny, and then we'll be good to go for the next session. Our audience, we just request 1 minute, and we'll be ready to go to listen to Trace TV. Trace TV now does also acquisitions and film distribution, and it's good to know so that you're not limited to dreaming of Netflix. Now Africa is crazy about Netflix. We need to know we have got other platforms, yes, and then we can get it out there. Yeah. Okay, I can see Danny is almost ready, and so I'll just stream him in back. All right, Lucy, have a nice one.
As always.
Okay, Danny, have a nice one too.
Thank you, Zippy. Thank you.
Good morning, Danny.
Morning, Lucy.
Glad to have you here.
Thank
Yes,
you.
hello,
Thank
audience,
you.
again. Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, today we are going to engage industry professionals in the distribution and acquisition space. And today, in the second session, we are honored to have Danny Mushira, who is the managing director at Trace East Africa. And Danny, I'll give you a moment to introduce yourself, your background in the industry, and also tell us a brief of what Trace is all about, especially in terms of distribution. Karibu.
Okay. Asante sana, Lucy. Morning, everyone. My name is Danny Mushira, as you've heard. I'm the managing director for Trace in East Africa. I've been in the industry now for maybe 12, 15 years. I've worked at MultiChoice. I've worked at Radio Africa, and now Trace. So I've been involved in the industry in one way or another for some time. So actually not a visitor to the industry. So from a Trace perspective, Trace is an entertainment empowerment platform. We run entertainment channels that we believe to a large extent empower a lot of our audiences, but also co-creators from a content perspective. We have been doing this for 17 years across the world. We operate in diverse regions worldwide. In Kenya, we opened our office in 2019. From a content perspective, we've got Trace Content Distribution Division, which deals entirely with just acquisitions and distribution of content across various platforms and across various partners across the world. So we have around, in our catalog right now, we have around 500 hours that we distribute, and I'm going to share that in a later slide. Mostly from West Africa, but we're increasingly looking to acquire from East Africa because there's actually such a huge need for us to acquire from East Africa. So that's me in a nutshell.
Awesome, great. So probably you can take us through the presentation because I'm expecting questions to start coming in through our Facebook platform so that people can know which kind of content are you looking for, which distribution and acquisition model do you use, in average, how much do you pay for content if you buy on maybe minimum guarantee, flat fee or rev share. So those are some of the things our audience would like to know more about your acquisition model.
Okay, so let me just share my screen. Can you see what I'm sharing now?
Yes, you can see it.
Okay,
Probably
so
you can put the slideshow so that it's more clear.
is that better now?
Yes.
Okay, so I said we've got part of our business. We've got various businesses. So we do both platform and media entertainment from a trace perspective. Both platform and media entertainment, terrestrial platforms. So one of the divisions we have is for content creation, under which trace content distribution falls under. Trace content distribution was started to propagate and just ensure that we are able to give a platform to the best Afro-urban content, both from Africa and in the Caribbean and areas where there's a huge African diasporas, a platform to distribute their content to the rest of the world. So this is just a show reel. I'm gonna play it. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah.
Just for a second. Cool. Let me just move on from there. So that's really what it is we do. So we look at series, documentaries, movies that have an Afro-urban twist and theme to it, and we distribute that across various partners. So these are our clients in terms of the people that we've been able to partner with on our 500 hours of content that we have. So you can see amongst them a lot of content platforms. So Netflix, TVs in Europe, Red Bull. Red Bull is a big partner of Trace. We're doing something with them in Kenya right now. Canal Plus, DSTV. So basically, it's a mix. This talks to traditional TV platform, OTT platforms. I think the next one also is quite interesting. So we also partner a lot with airline partners. So right now we're selling our content to over 20 airlines across the world. I mean, I think you can see this. I mean, it's quite a diverse market out there that we're dealing with. In terms of what we also do, we also run a lot of publicity initiative for content that makes it to our platform. And we run this across mostly Europe, the US, Asia. So it's not just about us acquiring content, it's also about us ensuring that we're actually giving this content the right awareness on the right platforms. You can see a lot of participation in MIPCOM 2017, 2019, all the way to Halifax as well. So that's also part of the services we offer under Trace Content distribution sector. So it's a short slide. I think more to enable conversation, but that's mostly it. So Betty Johnson sits in our Paris office. She coordinates the entire effort. But from a local perspective, anyone who's got interest to have us look at their catalog or their content, they would then be approaching me from a local perspective so that I can liaise with the global team for the same. I think if I just, I've stopped sharing, yeah?
Yeah.
So in terms of just from what's the demand out there? So we're seeing a lot of demand for East African content. So previously we've done very well with Nigerian content, but there's a lot of demand and ask for Kenyan content specifically and East African content to that. But there's also ask for animated content. So anyone out there with animated content, those are things we are looking at to acquire from this particular market. In terms of how do we engage, it's a simple distribution contract. We agree on a percentage. Normally we'll take 30%. The owner of the contract takes 70%. You retain all your rights in terms of masters, and that's what you're looking at in terms of the kind of agreement you sign up for. In terms of what kind of content do we look for, we're looking at premium content mostly, and that's really a function of the partners that we sell into. We're looking mostly at premium content, so that talks to HD, how it's been shot. We're looking at stories that are local with a local impact. So stories that can travel internationally. We are looking at scripts, storylines, production scripts. As much as they have local storylines, they can have impact internationally. Things like Queen Sono. So those are the kind of things that we are looking at. We are looking at submission, both native and original masters, because at times we take these things into like the French market, and we need to have the ability to subtitle them in those particular languages. So yeah, so I think that's mostly it. I mean, obviously we'd want trailers, synopsis, plus the full content, but also increasingly, guys with good ideas, we're also getting guys who want to fund good ideas. So if you've got good ideas at the onset, maybe what you're lacking is production budgets. We can then have a discussion around that, because we have clients that are actually willing and ready to fund this type of initiatives. So I think in a snapshot, that talks to what Trace Content Distribution is about, Lucy.
Oh, great. So I know that you have the docket for music, and probably some people are probably like music production houses would like to know, how do they engage also with you in terms of getting their music on your platform?
Okay, so that's the easier bit. So we've got a website where you submit, where you can submit your music on trace.tv, www.trace.tv. So you can make your music submissions there. There are release forms you sign in terms of rights and what images we can use. And then we have a selection team that does the scheduling. And based on that, they can then schedule. So if it's gospel music, there's a portal for gospel. If it's secular, there's Trace Muziki. And if it's something that can then move on to our Nigeria market, we can put it on Trace Niger. So that's really the process from a music submission perspective. But I also think, interestingly for us, what it is we've developed, there's a new product we call Utrace that we've developed in response to a big need that is out there, where a lot of artists, production houses have audio music, but they don't have video. So Utrace you come onto Utrace and we partner to do your videos for you. We then agree a distribution contract and we distribute your music internationally across many other sites that you probably not get access to. But I think the interesting thing is also we give you a web-based access where you can actually be able to tell on a frequent basis how much your music is generating on all the platforms that it's being distributed across. And then we make payments for you every month based on the reports that are actually calculated. So there's actually line of sight in terms of what it is you've put on our platforms and what it is that is actually being played out there.
Great. There's also a question that people always ask acquisitions people. What is the price range, especially for films and series? What would you say is the range that you've worked in the market when you're acquiring your content?
Okay, I mean, I think the first thing, because the price differs depending on who the actual user or who the client is at the end of the day. So I mean, there's no one answer to that, but I think the thing is what we commit to is an open and transparent process insofar as once you've given us once your content makes it to a platform, one, we share with you anyone we are talking to, but two, once we sign those contracts, we also share the contracts with you so that we have line of sight in the same, and it's also clear what the expectation from a monetary reward perspective is. So there's no one, I mean, these things will differ. It depends on who the acquirer is. It's a simple distribution contract, so we are not commissioning, so there's no MG type or CP that we then commit to at this point in time.
Okay. The other question is, what contract terms do you advise for content creators to look out for? Because those are some of the things they are not keen on, especially contract terms, the nature of rights they are giving out. What are some of the contract terms you would advise them to be keen on when they are giving out their content?
I think again it just depends. It depends on what the discussion is. So, for example, if we're getting into a commissioning deal, and I'm investing a substantial amount in your work, obviously we need to discuss the masters, which is what a lot of artists or a lot of content producers need to be aware on, because that's your IP. So I think you need to also sit and talk to an IP lawyer so that they give you proper advice in terms of you don't give up your entire master. So we need to agree, one, what period the masters would vest, but two, and most importantly, depending on the level of investment, what percentage of the masters you'd be giving up. But I think where you've gone ahead, you've done your own production with your own sourcing of funds, for me, it should not be more than a distribution contract. It should never be a master's discussion. And I think that's what I'd want to advise a lot of creators out there, to just ensure that the one thing you have to protect is your masters. Distribution contracts are simple commission contracts.
Okay, great. And also, I wanted to know, what would you say is the content that travels much from this region? Because I think we've had that challenge that people say our content is not seen in different parts of the world. So from your experience, which genres of content do you feel are well received in other parts, whether it's through people asking us to dub into their local languages, or what would you say?
Okay, I think what we've seen, what we've seen increasingly in terms of content that is traveling is also, I think, content that has a local perspective with a global dimension. So, for example, something like Quinsono. So it's local, but it can travel internationally. So I think increasingly those are the things we are seeing, whether it's a film, whether it's a series, whether it's an animation. These are the things that we are seeing that can travel. Documentaries. People want to listen to authentic African stories. So I think what we should, and I don't like getting into creative discussions because then you're taking away license from people. But I think we need to give stories that are authentic, stories that are African, because people want to listen to these stories. And you'll be surprised why it is that people want to listen to these stories. In Europe, I think there's no need competing with formats that have been done in Western countries. I think if anything, that's what Nollywood has taught us, that we can do local Kenyan, East African authentic storylines that have international implications. And if you look at also movies that have been done in Kenya, the guys Kinatosh, I think those were movies that had strong and powerful storylines in terms of our own culture, our own experiences here, expressing the same and being able to be relevant, not only from a Kenyan perspective, but from an international perspective. So I think what I'd ask is people remain just true to our Kenyan tradition, Kenyan culture, give our stories as authentic as they are, but just ensure that they can be able to travel from an impact perspective internationally. And that's what I also said earlier in terms of just being able to have both masters, original, so that if that film goes, for example, to German, they can be able to actually subtitle it and show it to a German audience without struggling to make the conversions.
Okay, I think you should talk more about probably some of the marketing tools and promotional materials that you need to sell this content. You've mentioned the M&Es. So what else do you ask when someone is presenting their content?
I think for us, we just want a proper synopsis. We want some videos around that. We want proper still photos on the same so that we're able to put that in our catalog. Once we put that in our catalog, we then can be able to actually position it before our clients. So it's mostly just trailers. The videos need to be in good high quality HD. The stills in terms of the actors, and then a well-written synopsis for the content, so that we're able to then put that into a catalog. Once we put that into a catalog, we have access to various forums where we position this content. So we're actually able to push the same for clients that we've signed distribution contracts with.
Okay, so I'll just ask our audience. You can start sharing your questions through our Facebook and YouTube platforms so that Danny can answer your questions. So Danny, I would also want to know what plans do you have for the next 5-10 years? Because you can see clearly that the industry is evolving and changing. So as a company, how are you planning to be part of the change that we are seeing in terms of digitization and all that?
Okay, so I think for Trace, I think going forward, in terms of from an industry perspective, I think the big things we are moving on to is platforms. So the last couple of years have really been digital, terrestrial platform driven. So for us, we've built digital platforms that we are pegging our future onto as Trace. So we've got something called Trace, Utrace, which is our musical platform going forward. So Utrace will not only be a music ingestion, music distribution platform and creation platform, but also an awareness platform where we play a lot of the music because it's integrated into our YouTube channel. So we play a lot of music for artists because, we receive in Kenya, maybe in a day we get 50 music videos every day. We can't play all that on Trace Mziki, so we need to start playing it on our digital platform. So that's one thing. So we're building a lot of digital platforms. But two, from a content perspective, movies, TCD, which is Trace Content Distribution, is actually looking at developing a similar platform, but now for movies, where people can submit their movies, people can come to these platforms and buy these things at an online auction, as opposed to us not having to pitch these things physically all the time. So people can actually create interest on an online platform be able to actually get in touch with the producer for the same, and us guys just act as an intermediary and a platform provider. So that's the key thing. But I think also in terms of just webinars that talk to creating awareness for this content online, because increasingly now with COVID, that's going to be the norm for a long time. So these are all initiatives that we're actually undertaking to ensure that we continue empowering artists, we continue empowering content creators, providing platforms where they're able to express their art and creative and IP abilities.
Okay. So do you have an acquisition strategy for like a yearly strategy that you say we are acquiring maybe 50 hours of drama, or how do you go about your acquisitions process to determine what you're going to ask from the market?
Okay, so right now, I think our acquisition strategy is really a function of the need that we are seeing in the partners that are listed about, the airlines, the TV, the OTT providers. So that really drives what we're seeing. And for now, right now, what we are seeing is a huge need. And I'd ask anyone who's actually live and is a content creator, please send your ideas to me in terms of, or send your stuff, what you have on board to me, because a lot of guys are looking for East African series, and East Africa, Kenya is a key driver, because we've been successful with Nigeria, but guys are tired. Not tired, but I mean, we've gotten too much Nigerian content, and there's now a huge push to get East African content. So guys want series, mostly dramas, we want documentaries out of this market. There's a huge ask for animated content, which I think is in short supply, given the costs involved in doing animated stuff. But there's a huge ask in terms of children content, animated content. We're seeing that, so you can submit that, as well as music content that is music related, but not necessarily music. So backstories, making of certain things, or stories around, inspirational stories around various actors in the music industry. So all that is content that we are looking for from an East African perspective, and mostly Kenya in 2021. So anyone who just has any of this, please send to my email, dmushira@trace.tv.
Yeah, our back office is going to share your email. So I can see a question on our Facebook platform, and my friend Asa from Ethiopia is asking, I am a jazz and film school teacher. Our students and teachers produce both jazz and music, both jazz music and films. How can we work with you? So I think you should send your content to Danny through the email he's shared, or maybe Dan, you'd like to share, maybe is there any other like collaborations you do with schools?
Yeah, so just send you can send me an email. 1, 2, you can go to utrace.com, and if it's content that's already done, you can submit. There are various categories, so you can submit on utrace.com, or you can also go to trace.tv, www.trace.tv, and make your submissions under the music category.
Okay. So in your opinion, Danny, do you feel there is any content that is missing in our industry, or which gaps and opportunities do you see that we should try to explore?
I think there's definitely opportunity in animated content. I think it's still very new. I think it's very complex, but I think that therein lies also the opportunity. So I think the guys who do animated content for kids, I think that's a big opportunity. We keep getting that ask, and there's very little, even from our West African perspective, that comes through on that. So good animators will be high in demand, and I'd highly encourage a lot of people to go into that direction.
Okay. And when people are delivering materials to you, which specifications should they meet in terms of technical specifications?
I think technical has to be HD, yeah? So HD quality because of the customers that we are dealing with. So they won't take anything that is less than that. But I guess in this day and age, I'd be surprised if anyone is shooting in less than HD.
Okay. We have a question from Kizito Samuel Xavier from Uganda. Is the content acquisition strategy only looking at Kenyan content for 2021 or even other East African countries?
Okay, so we look at East African. So Trace is, I like to say Trace is a global company. So we've got a local orientation with a global view. So when we look at Kenya, we are looking at when we look at this region, we are looking at East Africa. So we are looking at Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Burundi. So any content across that. As I said, it doesn't need to be international content. We actually want local content, but just ensure that it's content that can have international impact. So that's the big thing. So what are the lessons? What are the storylines? Can they travel from Kenya to another country, Europe? These are the big things. Can they talk to what our culture is without compromising the same, and be able to give someone else who's seated in Europe a lesson on the same? I think that's the big thing. We don't want people to do content that is similar to what the Europeans or the Americans are doing. We really want authentic East African content.
Okay. And I think someone had asked me a question to ask you in terms of future collaborations. Do you foresee in the near future you co-producing or commissioning creatives from this industry to create specific kinds of content?
Yes. So I think what I said earlier is that we're also getting a lot of, because we also recognize that there's a lot of funding issues in this market. So if you've got a good idea, it shouldn't put you down. Please come forward, give us your storyline. We've got people who are willing to fund a lot of these initiatives. So I think we're not limited to finished products only, finished content only. We're also looking at content that it's in ideation stage, that we are willing to actually, because we've got a lot of guys who are actually willing to fund these things. So we've got good ideas, you've thought through them, the storyline is tight, you've scripted it. Please just also reach out, because we can be able to get funders for the same and bring the same into reality so that it can be monetized.
Okay. I know we have a huge challenge in terms of market research for our region. So would you say that you're able to monitor and track what your audience is watching, which also enables you to know which content are you going to add to your platform, or what engagement are you going to put out with the industry to buy and acquire content? So in terms of market measurement and audience research, how do you go about it?
I mean, I think that works two ways. So, I mean, in the international market, that's easy because they've got fairly advanced market measurement audience research tools. I think the challenge is locally, where we are still heavily reliant on diary-based systems. But I know there's a huge push from the media industry to move to passive measurement systems and technologies. But I think from our perspective, from the conversation we are having, I think what's important is that the markets, we can actually tell you like what our clients are looking for, because I've also shown you who our list of clients is. So they're always asking for certain types of content. So from East Africa, they really want drama series, they want films, they want documentaries, and they want animated series. So if we can get content around that, then we're okay, because then that determines what it is we are looking for in the market. In terms of local markets, I mean, that everyone has access to. What you and I have access to is what determines that. But we're not so much interested. Trace content distribution is not interested in the local market from a consumption perspective, because we believe that space already has other players. And I think where we can add value in this value chain is exposure to markets where we are strong in Europe and Asia and in the US.
I think you've answered the next question from Samuel. He said, you mentioned that you're looking at animated content, TV series and documentaries. What about fiction, feature films and short films?
Yeah, so I think that answers it. So we're also looking for that, and especially from East Africa. For some reason, we've not had big success in East Africa, but also that's probably because we haven't been present in this particular market. So I think this is also a good opportunity for us as Trace content distribution to actually make connections with the audience and create awareness on our existence, one, and two, start to create a connection and a relationship with the audiences to enable you guys monetize your content as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you've tackled every aspect of distribution, and I can't see any other question. If you have any other question, kindly just forward it to our Facebook and YouTube platforms. But besides that, thank you so much, Danny, for your time and your engagement. And we look forward. I think our back office is going to share your email address so that people can engage with you more in terms of how they can work with you and learn more about what Trace distribution is all about.
Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot,
over to you,
Lucy. Thanks, everyone. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this discussion.
Thank you so much, Danny.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
For the rest of the day.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sawa.
Sawa, karibu.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye. All right. Those are very powerful questions. And as we wait for our next panelist, that is Wangeshi Murage, she is going to have a slight delay because she's on the way to getting to being in a comfortable space. But we are definitely going to have her here for Media Pros Africa. Then we are going to have AAA Entertainment from South Africa, and Acomat also, who also covers South Africa and West Africa, and now delving into East Africa. I think East Africa is the new market. Lucy, everyone wants to come to East Africa.
I think we've been overlooked for a long time, so everyone is like facing this side and knows that we are going to channel great content. And actually, we have amazing content from what I see and what our platforms are showing. Like you see what Netflix is doing. There's a lot of demand also from other platforms and other broadcasters. So I would say keep creating content, keep telling our authentic African stories, keep showcasing our culture, show our beauty, show our landscapes, show everything about this land. And there's something for everyone. I believe there's every content you create, there's an audience for it. You just need to understand which platforms and which opportunities are there for you to sell your content.
Yeah, that's right. I can see Kizito. Kizito was our first LIPFF edition feature film winner. He's from Uganda. Yeah.
I know him.
Oh yeah, so he was the first overall winner of the very first LIPFF in 2016. Kizito, we appreciate you. We appreciate that you were among the first people who were confident enough even to share your content when the festival was very new, and we are glad to be celebrating 5 years now. Yeah, it's quite an exciting journey. Yeah. Lucy, maybe now as we wait for the others, you can also tell us your journey and the experience because Lucy, you have worked for a number of distribution organizations. Yes.
All right, yeah. So I started my career in the TV industry at Wananchi Group, which is also known as Zuku, in 2009. And at the time, Zuku was creating new channels for their new acquired satellite space. And some of the channels we were creating were films. Film channels. We were also creating a documentary channel, a general entertainment channel, a kids channel, and a sports channel. So there was a lot of acquisitions that needed to be done during a very short time. But that is when I started now interacting with the industry, and I got to meet many amazing producers from Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, because we also used to scout for content in festivals. So we used to go to all our local film festivals, and that also gave me sort of an interest to want to take our content to the world. And it always used to challenge me that we have amazing content, but I don't see it shown in different platforms. But when we attend TV markets in
Yeah.
different parts of the world, we have Korean content, we have Latin content, but very, very few African content. So I wanted to explore why don't people acquire our content? Is it that it's not good quality? Is it that the stories don't resonate with them? Is it that we don't tell our stories in a way that they understand? But I think it's just that we hadn't created a platform where our content will reach a wider audience. So yeah, that's how I also got into the distribution space. So I started off in acquisition, and then I got into distribution. After I left our Nanchi group, I joined a company called Cote West, which is based in Cote d'Ivoire, and they also have offices in Mauritius. So I also learned a lot there because they also have a dubbing studio, and they have an exclusive deal with one of the telenovela companies in Brazil. So they sell a lot of their telenovelas. I'm sure most of you have seen a lot of global telenovelas. And after that, I have worked with a company called Discovery Learning Alliance, which is currently known as Impacted International. We create educational content, and I would say impact and content that action to change. So we have 3 feature films. One has a theme of we educate people about HIV and AIDS. The other film is about TB. So our films are very educational and they are very impactful. And some of the educational content we were distributing during this COVID time because, as you know, most learners are at home. So my target market was free-to-air stations across the continent. So I've been in conversations with different broadcasters from across the continent. Yeah, and I'm also part of the Dubai International Content Market. This year's market is going to be virtual. So if you'd like to attend, you can also talk to me on the site. We'll go live on the 8th of this month through our virtual platform. So you can go to dicm.ae if you'd like to be part of the market. But yeah, in a nutshell, that is what I do. I also work with content producers here in Kenya to help them create distribution strategies for their content because, as we know, most people would like to know, besides Netflix, where else can we take our content? There's this whole fuss about Netflix, which I understand, but I can tell you there's a whole ocean of platforms where you can share and distribute your content. And yeah, that's why we have this forum to help us understand, besides the free to air and the pay TV platforms, which were the traditional media companies that we used to sell our content, then where else do we look? Because I think that has been a very big dilemma for most creatives. We create good content but end up shelving it. So this is a good opportunity for us to learn more about the industry, to learn if I'm buying and if I'm buying content from you, then what is expected of you? Which marketing materials do I need to prepare? So that's why we've had this conversation where you've been told this is how you package yourself, this is how you package your content for pitching, these are the marketing tools and promotional tools that you need. And at which point do you start engaging a distributor or a sales agent to link you with the market or to tell you, does my content fit this market? And also, it gives you a platform also to know which content is on demand at a certain time, and it also helps you to know if there's a festival circuit, you don't miss out on certain submission dates and all that. So you have to be on your toes. As yesterday, I think Heta was emphasizing and told us that film is serious business. Film is business. You need to view film as an entrepreneur. Yes, I see Wangeshi is on board.
Hi, how are you, Lucy? Hi,
Hi,
Ziki.
good to see
Hi.
you, Wangeshi.
Nice to see you as well. Thank you for having me.
You're most welcome.
Yeah.
Karibu sana.
Asante
So yeah,
sana.
Wangeshi is on board, and Daktari, you can.
I can go. You are chasing
Yes.
me. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Okay, great. Wangeshi, karibu sana.
Asante sana, Lucy. I'm trying to see that I know my video is not very clear. I'm trying to get the best position for you. I think that's the best I can do for now.
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you clearly.
Okay, sawa, good.
Yes, great. Good to see you. And everyone, this is Wangeshi Murage. She's one of the co-founders of Media Pros. And I've worked with her previously in a pay TV platform. And she's an expert in production, distribution. This is her space. So Wangeshi, I'll give you time to introduce yourself. Tell us about your background and also tell us more about your company, what it does, because this is a distribution conversation. And people have been asking, who are these content distributors in Kenya and where do they take our content? What do they expect of us? So yeah, this is your time.
Okay, so I'm going to try and be brief. My intros can be quite long. But as you have said, yes, I'm a media practitioner. I have been in the media industry now for 20 years, going on to 21. I've worked with several organizations on different platforms, from free-to-air, pay television, OTT, and various other organizations that are within the media space. So having done that for quite a number of years, I set up my consultancy firm, which is Media Pros Africa. So it's a media resource company that works with media stakeholders around the world. So we engage a lot with independent content producers, other content distributors, broadcast networks, telcos, the government, even non-governmental organizations, advertising agencies. So basically, we partner and work very closely with these different stakeholders to try and bridge any gaps or any needs, identify needs that they may have for them to be able to achieve their objective. And as you've quite rightly said, today's a discussion on distribution, which is something that Media Pros is actually heavily into right now, because there's quite a huge demand out there. So it's a good space to be in, especially as a distributor, but not only that, even for the content producer and the content provider, because it means now there is a need for the content that has already been produced. So if there's any way that we can step into that role as Media Pros and assist you identify potential platforms, potential buyers, where you can be able to monetize your content, then that is the space that we step into. So in brief, that's me and Media Pros.
Awesome, great. So would you tell us which kind of content you're looking for at this time and how what determines your acquisition strategy?
There is no particular content per se. I would say that we are looking for at this time. And the reason being, different platforms have different requirements. You know, some may be looking for comedy. Others may be in need of music. So it really depends on the platform needs and the type of content that they're looking for. So once we are a client reaches out to us, they give us a brief and they tell us, okay, this is our platform, this is how we operate, this is what we would like to do, and this is the type of content that we are looking for, specifically, hopefully within this area. I could also advise in that regard as well, having done research on some background research on that particular platform. So I could advise, but then also, the client also knows best. They know exactly what it is that they want. So we go out and we source for content, aggregate content based on the specific needs that they're looking for. If there's something else out there in the market that, again, we feel might work, might be suitable for them, we pitch it to them. We propose, they can say yes or no, but we believe in trying to provide more than just a service, in terms of a distribution service, but also to be able to consult and advise wherever possible, because we do a lot of research on daily viewership trends, on what is currently available in the market, on what can be sourced easily, on where we can be able to find that content. So we have tons of information when it comes to this. So we always give our clients a little bit more info, maybe more than they want. But it always helps because at times you may sit with a client and they're like, oh, you know what, actually, I hadn't considered that. That would work perfectly well, for the platform. So there's no formula, so to speak, in terms of the kind of content, how we acquire content and distribute the content. So it's really based on needs. I think that really now leads me to the strategy, which I was saying. Strategies are independent, depending on the different partners. Then we develop a strategy that will take you from point A to point B and ensure that you meet your objective.
So as a content creator, are you looking for ready-to-air content, or at which point do we start?
At which point do you start
engaging with you as a distributor?
From the very beginning, hopefully. Like I said, different platforms have different requirements and they start at different times. So, for example, I've got clients where I have been involved in developing their channel and content strategy. So this is really from scratch. So that also will include the type of content that would be suitable for that particular platform, how we are going to be able to source it, how it's going to be priced, where we are going to get it from. So at that point, that's really at the initial stage where you're also providing guidance. And then we go out, hopefully, and aggregate this content for them, as their agent. And there are also platforms that are already established and maybe are just looking at maybe changing their channel lineup, maybe to include a little bit more comedy, less music, maybe have a little bit more of this, less of that. So again, we are guided by what it is, what their requirements are, what their needs are. And we go and aggregate the content that they require, for their platforms. So the need comes at different points. So to engage media pros is really literally at any point when you require content, whatever type of content it is that you require. And like I said, we also like to advise. So if there's any input as well that we can give from our end, so that we are not just acting as a robot, go get us comedy and we just go running just to get comedy. No, we also look at the platform and say, what, I think comedy is a good idea, but have you also tried maybe documentaries? Because you have a high viewership, especially from this particular target audience who seem to be consuming this a lot, or it's currently happening on this particular platform, which is very similar to your content offering right now. So is that something you might be willing to consider? So that's the type of advice that we give, but we aggregate from any particular point, whether it's onset or whether it's already an established platform.
Great. And so do you also, would you take us through probably just a basic contract template? Which terms should filmmakers be more keen on? Because I think you've seen in the past, we've talked about people just looking at the financial aspect, but there are more other important contract terms that you should be keen on as a content owner, because it helps you to also diversify your market base.
Okay. The first and the biggest, because I think actually when I'm aggregating, when I'm talking to content providers, money is actually surprisingly not the first thing that comes up. It does come up somewhere in the conversation, but first they want to know other things. The biggest question I've been asked is, do you want it exclusively or not? Exclusivity is a big thing for a content producer, because that means if you tie your content to one particular platform within that territory, or even a wider region, then you cannot be able to resell that particular content to another competitor within the same territory. So exclusivity has become quite a big thing. And I'm happy that content producers are really beginning to now understand these terms, as to what it means, the impact that it will have on your content and all. However, having said that, it doesn't mean that exclusive deals are bad. No, not at all. At the end of the day, because we are looking at an agreement, as you've said, there are many aspects that are covered in that, because you may sign off on exclusive terms, but your license fee, which is now the price that the buyer pays, which is the second thing that one should look out for, is it commensurate? What are you looking for within that? Because you may, or rather, what is the commercial model? You may give your content at a full license agreement, for example. So I come to you as Media Pros and I say, Lucy, I want your content exclusively for a year, and I'm going to give you $25,000 for it. That might make sense to you as a producer, because maybe you spent less than that, or maybe even if you spent more, it's something that you wouldn't mind having it being held for 1 year for that amount of money. Because some people, get the money, and most producers, and I know, and they plow it back into another production. So it helps to sustain them. So the license fee also can go hand in hand with that. There's also the pre-license, where a producer can be given a percentage amount of their program, of their production budget. So sorry, let's say 20%, and they raise the remaining 80% and deliver the program to that particular platform for broadcast. So that is also, again, what are the terms that you're looking at? Is it now on revenue share, because you've spent also a little bit of money, you've spent 20%. So should an advertiser or a sponsor come on board, then does that mean then you will take 20% and the other investor, which is the broadcaster and the platform, then also takes 80%? But then again, I keep saying there is no deal that is the same, and it really depends on how you negotiate. Of course, then we know there's the full commission. So as a producer, you already have ready-made content ready for broadcast. You've already invested in the production, it's ready. So again, here you can decide, you want a full license fee. I'm mistaking. Commission is you are being paid to actually produce the program now, from scratch. So you're being funded at 100%. The sister to that, of course, is co-production, again, where you can decide to go in 50-50 and all that. And so when you look at the license, the commercial model, then it assists a producer then to decide then what type of deal that they would like to go for, whether it's exclusive, non-exclusive, whether they want revenue share, if it's not a full-on, commission, if it's a co-production. So there are various aspects that are important to look at when looking at distributing your content. Then, so that's on the commercial side of things. Then there's the license period, in terms of how long do you want your content to be held by that particular platform that you're distributing for. Some, depending on the genre, again, some license periods could be as minimum as even a month, depending on the genre and the refresh rate. And some could be well into 24 months, depending on genre and platform. So as just distributors, it's our job to really identify and look out for these terms and these specifics, and guide the producer and the platform as well with regards to what would make a good deal. Because at the end of the day, it has to be a win-win. It cannot favor one side and not favor the other, because if content producers don't have content, are not able to generate content, then what will you as a platform have, on your platform? Nothing. So if there's no production happening, then you as a platform really also lose out on that. You really have nothing much, to offer your consumers or your audiences. So I think for me, those three are very key in terms of looking at the deal. And we are always ready to advise independent producers or even broadcast networks who are looking for content in terms of what would be the best approach, and in terms of making sure that it becomes a beneficial arrangement between the content producer and the content platform. And so that's where MediaPro steps in. I'm not sure if I've left out anything else on the license deal agreement. I think that those are basically most of what you'd call the hot points that are asked. Yes.
Oh, great. The other thing I wanted to ask, if I'm bringing my content to you, which are the promotional tools that you will need me to present my content with?
In terms of how you're submitting your content?
Yes, the marketing material. Yes, let's say we've sealed a deal and now you're going into the industry.
Yeah. Okay, like what other material can support your content, so to speak?
Yes.
So that it's not just necessarily just an individual, just a title, just a program. Well, that's a very good question, because it's one of the things that I think most producers really overlook when they are trying to distribute their content, or basically even before they get to distribution, at the point of production, when they're out there in the field, or even from the onset. These are things that are very critical. I keep saying, for me, and that's why I call it a strategy. Everything for me is a strategy, from production to distribution to marketing. You really must have a thought through process as to how this content that you're producing, that is out in the field, that you're out in the field for, how do you monetize at the end of the day? Or are you just producing content just for fun? Some people do it as a hobby. It's not really a big thing, and I think we've seen a lot of that. TikTok, that's fun, that's content, but it's being produced really for fun. But I believe they are monetizing the more views that they get. So it's important that producers think about elements such as behind the scenes, for starters. If you have an extra camera or a couple of minutes in between scenes, just to do a little bit of extra, shoots, outtakes, talk to the director, see what their take is on that, talk to the talent, talk to other crew members, just take scenes, shots that are being set up, equipment and all that. So just behind the scenes footage is it really helps, especially when it comes to promoting the content. Photos, we all love photos, and again, you can keep them for a long time, and they're very easy and simple to distribute. Plus, they can be used for generating posters. Especially for me, if I am going out to sell your content, I would have to develop a catalog. In that catalog, then I will need things like either your poster or a photo of maybe the director, a brief synopsis, the duration of the program. At times, maybe even country of production is also requested, and year of production. So it's important to think of some of these elements: photos, BTS, and also just using social media in terms of just even drops. Even while still in production, it doesn't hurt to start marketing and or rather creating awareness about your program. You can already start doing little outtakes, 1 minute on your YouTube page, MediaPro's production company, every day or every other day, just say today on location with this and the other, this show is coming along, really great and all that. And then you share that. And so what you do is you're already creating that interest, that thirst, that longingness for the content to, first of all, get an audience from consumers. And you're also hitting out at the the platforms as well, the broadcast networks that may be potentially looking for that particular type of content. And thirdly, you're also reaching out to potential advertisers or investors who may want to actually be associated with your program. So going over and above just producing your content by looking into these little things is something that really helps push your product, because at the end of the day, you are the content owner. I forgot to mention IP was very important in a deal. That is one aspect also in the previous whatever. Yeah, maintaining IP. At the end of the day, you own this content, and I'm pretty sure you want. There's a reason why you produced that content. You know, you want to monetize. You want to create awareness. Maybe you want to pass a social message, or maybe you just want people to laugh and have fun. Or maybe you want to win awards, you know, you enter it into a certain category. So different content producers have different notions as to what it is that they would like to generate or get from their content. But bottom line, let's not lie, majority of it is, I want to make money out of it, of course. You know, Tyler Perry would not have opened up his studios if he did not want to make money. He just got tired of paying, you know, Warner Brothers Studios and stuff like that, you know, to produce his film and his content. So he figured, you know what, I can cut on that cost. Let me, you know, create my own studios. That way, I can be able to, you know, to do more. That I can be able to distribute even more. So yeah. So those promotional materials are very, very important to think about from the get-go.
Great. So I know the conversation of distribution and marketing go hand in hand. Would you talk about the impact of social media content marketing?
Well, we all know social media is big. I don't think I know anyone who's actually not on social media, and I don't mean necessarily they need to be active, but they're definitely aware of it. And maybe are just active on one, you know, rather than across, because we have different platforms. You have your YouTube, you have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and a host of others, Snapchat, Tumblr. Some I don't even know them, but there's quite a large offering, and I think if we can be able to utilize, especially from producers and distributors' point of view, to utilize at least a minimum of 3, you know, engage with 3 of these platforms, it would help to push your content. However, while selecting those 3, it's important to also know your content. Facebook has been termed as a platform for where you want to have maybe lengthy chats, you know, share photos, you know, maybe share some videos and all of that. So the target audience, according to research, is that it's for more of a mature type of crowd. Whereas when you look at something like Twitter and YouTube, is a lot more youthful. Because it's quick, you're in and you're out. You're on YouTube, you upload your content, and that's it. And people come and watch it. But then now you need to use another platform to be able to push viewers to your YouTube channel or YouTube or content on YouTube. There's like Twitter, I've said, you're just in and you're out. It's quick information, and that's it. So depending on the particular type of content that you have, it's important to identify which are the right social media platforms that you want to engage with, because that is basically where you will be able to reach out to the potential audiences that you're looking for. But social media is, in this day and age, it's a very critical tool to use to promote your product. So having someone on your team as a producer who is just only on social media, 1 or 2 people, depending on, of course, the scale or the magnitude of the production, would really be a good idea. And also just think at the back of the mind, this is something that needs to be sustainable. So don't launch social media pages, post for 3 days, and then go quiet. That's not effective at all. So you have to make sure that at least you know, you remain active. There's active conversation, participation, and engagement between yourselves and the audience that you're trying to reach out to.
Good. So which gaps do you see in our content space, especially when your clients probably ask for certain genres of content, but you're not able to meet their requests?
Okay, so are these gaps facing with the platform or the content producers? Because they both have gaps. Yeah,
you can talk about both.
Okay, let me start with the content producers. And when I say gaps, let me not necessarily say gaps as such. I'd like to say challenges.
Yes.
So I think we all know financing has been a major issue when it comes to content development. And it's not to say that the industry is not developing because there's no money. It's just, well, to some extent, yes, that's it. But also depending on the type of content that you can be able to do. So you see that if a content producer is not able to develop a feature, for example, because of lack of financing, and yet you find that the broadcast network is actually their interest is feature film. So they both lose, right? Because the producer is not able to produce and the platform is not able to get that type of content. So I would say that there are certain challenges that producers face, and that by extension also then has an impact on the platforms. But there is nothing, I keep saying, you can squeeze avocado juice, lemon juice out of an avocado, whatever, if you really want to, meaning nothing is impossible. I think it's really just a matter of identifying what available opportunities are there currently. If you have a production budget of 100,000, and or rather you have 100,000 in your pocket, but your production budget exceeds because of your concept, and it's maybe 500,000, you may have to, as a producer, re-strategize, go back to the drawing board. Instead of killing that program, go back to the drawing board and see, can you refine that concept? Can you maybe make it, have less, so that you can be able to achieve within the concept, or completely come up with a new idea that fits within your budget. So it's important for producers to try and work within what it is that they have without straining too much. If there's an opportunity as well to be able to raise additional funding from an investor, perfect, even better. And Media Pros also steps into that position. We look at your concept, we see the direction that you want to take, and we advise based on this. And at times even go for meetings with you, or even set up those meetings, because we have a network of people that we work with. So it's a little bit easy for us to navigate through these channels. So if that happens, then of course, and your investor could be the broadcaster, could be the platform. It doesn't necessarily have to be a corporate or an NGO. It could be the platform that says, you know what, we like this content, we think it's suitable and it will fit in quite well within our content offering. So we would like to assist you with the production. And like I said, when we were talking about the deal, then that's where the negotiation comes in. Do you want it then? Do you want to give away your idea? Do you want to, in perpetuity? Or do you want to see if you can work on a co-production agreement? What are the terms? How basically would you want to engage? So, and challenges will always be there, not only just when it comes to production on the ground. Even in distribution, we have challenges, because at times you're looking for, like we said earlier, a client gives you a brief and they are looking for a particular type of genre, and they want it maybe from a particular type of region. Let's say they only want Africa. And let me use animation as an example, because animation has been one of the toughest genres to find. So a client comes and they say, yes, I've got a huge budget, but I only want African animated content. we have to go out and look for it. We have to comb through the market, talk to producers, get referrals, watch different platforms and channels, see if there's anything there that is suitable that could fit. So, and with animation, like I'm saying, that's what has been one of my biggest challenges as a distributor, because I'm not just getting enough. And the little that I'm getting is may not necessarily be applicable for one particular platform, but it's suitable for another. For example, if you're looking at something like OTT or SVOD, having 2 or 3 or maybe even 5 pieces of animation sit within that particular platform is okay. Because remember, you as a subscriber, as a viewer, you have the opportunity to choose whatever it is that you want to watch. But if you're looking at animated content for a linear channel, like a free-to-air channel where, they schedule like every day, this animated content or this piece of content has to be there, it becomes a difficult conversation when you say you only have 3 pieces, because of 7 minutes, so 21 minutes. So that becomes a little bit of a difficult sale. So again, it also, it depends on the platform that is looking for this type of content, but certain genres are difficult to find. But I think things are improving, especially now that with YouTube, you can publish your own content, So if you're an animator, you don't have to wait necessarily for a platform to publish your own content. And a lot of them have actually gone, that direction, which is good. And but the thing is, again, how much of it is available for you to be able to monetize? What's your monetization strategy once you have put it on YouTube? So again, we come in that space.
Okay, great.
Okay,
So we have our audience on there's an app on your end.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't know how to take care of that because.
No, I think it's gone now.
Or maybe
so
I'm too close to the mic.
Yes, I think so.
All right.
So our audience on Facebook and YouTube, please feel free to ask Wangeshi all the questions that you have about her company, Media Pros, and also in terms of distribution. If you have any questions, please just type them on Facebook or YouTube. I'm going to read them out. But Wangeshi, I would like to know also from you, which platforms would you say are our biggest buyers here in Kenya? By that I mean, are the free-to-airs buying more than the VODs? And if it's VODs, I think there's a huge fuss around the whole Netflix conversation. And so I'm trying to tell guys that you can diversify and spread your wings and sell your content to different platforms. So what would you as a creative and also as an expert in the creative business tell them how to spread their networks of where to sell their content?
I think you've actually just you've said it. You don't necessarily have to distribute your content to just one platform. You can venture out, to free to air, broadcast, whether it's or even on pay TV. It can be on OTT. I've seen, in fact, now what's his name? Willie Kiumi has just launched Vumi Central, which looks amazing, beautiful. If you guys haven't tuned in, please have a look at that. You also have, SVOD platforms that exist. Your users and other players are definitely coming into the market. So it's difficult to say that these are the 2 major ones because, like I said, every platform has its own objectives, its own mandate in terms, its own criteria as to what it is, objective as to what it is that they want to achieve at the end of the day. So whereas maybe your content might be of a particular genre that is suitable to one platform, it may not necessarily be suitable or applicable to another platform. So that's why I said earlier, it's important to identify from the onset, at the point even before you begin producing, at the point of conceptualizing your idea, it's important to just keep these things in mind and just have a checklist, Have I thought about marketing? Have I thought about distribution? when it comes to distribution, what kind of platforms am I looking at? This is the duration. Where do I think it may be sit best? Where would it be easier to monetize faster? How do I go about ensuring that it can attract potential investors or sponsors? So this checklist is very, very important, because then you can, once you're done with your production, or even during production, you can already start selling it. In fact, I keep saying, don't wait until after post-production to start pitching to potential platforms, and start as soon as you have a sense of direction that this is exactly where I would like my content to go. Let me start pitching with the little that I have. It could be a trailer, just a few seconds, a few minutes that you piece together that you can be able to share with potential investors or platforms, just to pick their interest and to see if maybe you'll be able to get a few bites. So platforms again, and remember, we're not only looking at Kenya, because we work also with international media stakeholders. So there could also be a potential interest internationally. I have been reviewing quite a lot of content that I've received over the last 6 weeks or so. And I must say, I am very overwhelmed and very, very happy with the content that I have received. Even from Kenya itself, a majority of it has come from Kenyan producers. And what I have seen, I'm like, I need to sell this to like Sony, or a platform, an international platform, because some content is really, really good, and it has international appeal. So that's also important for producers to think at the point of production. Can my content resonate with audiences in other territories? Will it be able to cross borders? So I know one of the trickiest genres is comedy, because comedy is, depending on how it's presented, it's very, it appeals more to the local person. So like if I'm doing comedy in Sheng, you, Lucy, will understand, and my local people. But if I take it to Ghana, for example, they'll be like, what is that? What are they saying? So again, depending on the genre, it can have international appeal or not. It's the same thing with the Nigerian pidgin. When it comes here, it's difficult, to understand exactly what it is that they're saying, unless you've actually engaged with that particular, language itself. So these are some of the things that are important to consider, even ahead of which are the biggest platforms to go for. It's really, how can you, if you tear up your content, your concept, what are the things that you can be able to get and derive out of it? What is your direction when it comes to distribution and marketing and advertising and platforms and everything? So you have to unpack everything completely. Yeah.
Awesome. I can see one question here. How do you curb plagiarism in content creation and distribution? Are there rules to curb that?
I think by plagiarism, maybe what it means is ideas being stolen. Or maybe having your idea being repeated or being redone by somebody else. This is something that is quite difficult, but the thing is, you cannot copyright an idea. Lucy, you cannot come and say, I want to make this cup of tea, and I'm going to put 2 sugars, some milk, and maybe half a cup of water. And I do the same, and you say that I stole the idea. So it becomes a little bit tricky when it comes to that. But what you can definitely copyright or know that you're protected is in the product itself, but not the idea. I can decide to have a music show, but this is how I'm going to package my music show. It's going to be a magazine, but it will also feature artists. It will have a band, and I will also have a DJ. I may also decide tomorrow I'm going to produce also another music show. It will have artists, but from Uganda. It will have drummers instead of a band. it will. I'll have celebrity or personalities for interviews. So it's really in the product itself and how you package it. Of course, if there are certain similarities, then I guess that's where you would say there's what plagiarism, so to speak, or an idea has basically been mimicked or has been aped. But it becomes a little bit of a tricky situation to go around that. Just like drama, family dramas, they more or less explore the same storyline. Mama na baba, then maybe they have 2 kids, maybe they are quarreling, if it's a social whatever. The kids are affected by this and all that, and somebody else may decide to create a similar thing, but in a different setting and produce it in a different way. So it's really what comes out of the idea that then can be protected, but not the idea itself. But it's happened. I've had situations, before. Unless you sit in a boardroom like this, or like the way we are sitting, and I give you my idea right now, and Kesh or Lucy, now you're now on the air. Now there I'll come to you and tell you, you stole my idea.
Very true. Yes. Wow. Thank you so much, Wangeshi. You've shared like a million insights and new ideas and tips that I think filmmakers should implement in their content creation and as they see themselves as creative entrepreneurs, because that's also something that has been a challenge for filmmakers, not understanding the business aspect of this creative industry.
Correct.
I think that we are done with the questions online, and I appreciate everyone who has engaged us on our YouTube and Facebook page. And thank you so much, Wangeshi, for your time and your amazing insights.
You're
And
very much.
I think
Can I just leave you with one thing, if I may? You just talked about film being a business, and and we need to start looking at it as an entrepreneurship, whatever. Yes, totally agree. And I want to tell all the content producers and developers out there, do not give up as a creative. If you hit a roadblock, just take a few steps back, maybe just do a little bit of a turnaround and see exactly how it is. Maybe you can be able to, to re-strategize. But what happens right now is if a producer doesn't get money, they drop the idea. And it's a brilliant, brilliant idea. But there are opportunities, that you can look at, come and talk to us as media pros, say, I'm stuck in this area. How can you assist me to be able to at least get my product out there? And this is what I want to be done. So that's what we are here for as media pros. So creatives, please, ideas, keep them coming. We love the content that is coming out. It's just simply amazing. So yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Wangeshi. So back to our back office, Dr. Zippy.
All right.
You're muted, Doctor.
Oh, yes. I'm well now. Thank you so much, Wangeshi. That was exactly. And thanks for making it through the traffic. I think you're just in time, eh?
I know, right?
And Wangeshi, I forgot. Maybe you should share your contacts, because I see some people are asking, how do they submit their content to you? How do they submit?
Yeah, they can send through. We have a submission form on our website. So our website is go to mediapros-africa.com. Our contact information is there, including a submission form that you can fill in and upload your content for us to view. So you don't have to come to my office to give me a hard drive. Just upload your content as long as it's in a downloadable format that I'm able to view. And then I will revert to you, because it will capture your information and you'll have mine as well. I think that's the simplest way to go.
Great.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wangeshi. We really appreciate it. And you're just in time to end that because our next guest is Pascal, and I can see he's also very ready. I think today we are excited. People are back to back.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Wangeshi.
Thank you, guys. I'll continue listening in the background.
Awesome. Thank you, Wangeshi.
Okay.
Thank you, Lucy. I can see your guests are all here. Even Pascal is here. Guys, I'd just like to remind you, this is the Know Your Distributor Forum happening on the 5th edition of the LIPFF 2020. And we just like to say, keep it here. We are having this conversation right now, and in the afternoon, we will have another panel discussion, monetizing your creative content. So today it's all about money. And Lucy, it's Lucy's day. So this is Lucy's day on LIPFF 2020. And we'd like to welcome our next guest, Pascal Schmidt of AAA Entertainment. And Lucy, back to you. Hi, Pascal.
Hello, how are you doing,
Hi,
ladies?
Pascal. Good to see you.
Hey, Lucy, good to see you again.
Yeah, awesome. All right. Well, welcome to today's discussion, Pascal.
Thank
And
you.
to our audience, Pascal Schmidt is the head of production and development at AAA Entertainment, which is based in South Africa. So before we go into the distribution aspect of this panel discussion, Pascal, just introduce yourself to the audience and tell them your industry background and what your company does.
Okay, thank you so much, Lucy, for having me. I appreciate it. So my background is actually as a producer. I started in the film industry in 1996, working on sets as a crew member, and I worked in all the different various departments, and then started my own production company in 2004. And I produced my first feature film in 2009, which was an Ethiopian film that went to cinema there, and have since produced another 3 movies and a documentary. And in 2010, I met my business partner, Mainzeke Baza, and we both decided in 2014 to establish a sales and distribution company. We'd been going to the festivals and markets around the world, the typical circuit everybody goes to, and realized that there was really no representation for films from Africa there. There were no sales companies you could go to that were from the continent in these markets, and nobody was specializing in these type of films. So we formed AAA Entertainment in 2014 with a sort of intent to take African films to the world, find the buyers for them internationally, specifically. I mean, in South Africa, most films are financed with a pre-sale from Mnet or other broadcasters, so the African rights were often not available. So we were purely exploiting the non-African rights or the international rights of African titles. Obviously, being in South Africa, the majority of the films were from South Africa. And so in 2014, we started that venture, and we went to every market you can think of. Cannes, Berlin, AFM, MIPCOM, MIPTV, Sunnyside, you name it, we went to it. And we soon kind of figured out which markets actually suited our content, where the buyers were that would buy African content, and we settled on a few, and we've since been, you know, at the Cannes film market is our main market, I would say, because it's the biggest one for film, and most of our buyers are there. And we have a stand at the market every year, and we represent titles that we sign there. And that's basically the company, what it does. In the process, we sort of developed, my partner and I developed 2 divisions in the company. He now is the head of distribution and sales, and he primarily deals with the buyers. So he's week to week is dealing with the buyers, showing them new content, showing them films, showing them titles we've signed or that people want us to aggregate to certain platforms. Especially Netflix has been a big buyer in the last 18 months. And we've been selling them a lot of content that we don't necessarily sign, but we do an aggregation deal on. And he deals with the buyers. And my division, which is development and production, is really more about engaging with the filmmakers and the producers. So that's my day-to-day, is actually engaging with the producers, looking at projects, either that are in development, in pre-production, in production, in post-production, that have not been completed per se, and looking at the viability of them, the sellability, advising them, trying to shape them with our advice to be more sellable, especially in the international market as well as in Africa. And then once they're completed, and they look like they can do some sales, then I'll pass them on to my partner Mainzeke, and he will then assess them and place them, you know, with the right buyers and give them a value, etc., etc. So that's basically how our company works. We have about 9 people at the company now, but my division is dealing with producers really, and we also co-develop projects and co-produce projects predominantly with producers whose films we've sold in the past, and who ask us to get involved in their next title as executive producers or co-producers, and help them maybe access finance out of South Africa. We deal with the rebate and with the IDC, with the equity investors. We do pre-sales. So, you know, it's across the board, depending on what the project requires, doesn't have in place, and where we can be of benefit to a project. And the project can be, of course, of benefit to us in terms of we can see sales and foresee sales for the project.
Wow, great. That's a brilliant introduction. So maybe our filmmakers would like to know, at what point should they start engaging you as a distributor? From the conception of an idea, the script writing stage, pre-production, or do they come to you towards the end?
Any of the above, all of the above, really. You know, it really depends on the project and who's making the project. So, you know, if at any stage you can come, you know, I always think it's better to come earlier than later. We can always say, we can't help you right now, come back to us later at a later stage, but you'll probably pick up a bit of advice from us one way or another. I'm always keen to share insights into what the market wants, what's selling, what's not selling, you know, especially concerning genres. You know, there's some very basic things that we can always share with any filmmaker at any stage, that usually will help them understand. And I always say, know your market, right? Know who the film is for. You know, we don't want to push people into certain markets. We know what markets are buying a lot of content in specific genres, and we know what can sell easily at a good price. But if you are not keen on the genre, you don't want to make a commercial bubblegum film for the masses, you want to make a unique, different, artistic, etc., film, you know, we're not there to stop you from doing that. We're just there to say, you won't make this kind of money from this market with that film. Be aware of it, understand it, and that should really inform you as to how you're going to finance the film, how you're going to make the film, and how you're going to distribute the film, right? And depending on what that is, there are different paths that you can follow. You can't take an art house, you know, niche film that is very unique and doesn't fit into a genre and expect you're going to release it on 100 screens in South Africa in cinema, you know, and break the box office. You know, like, that's not the reality. An art house film will generally fall onto like a 5 cinema circuit in South Africa, for example, and will probably not get theatrical distribution anywhere else. And there's very niche buyers for those films, and usually those films are soft funded. You know, they don't have recoupable money. But if you want to go to an investor and say, give me $500,000 to make this movie, and not only will I pay you back, I will pay you, you know, something on top of that. You know, you'll get a premium on your investment, or you'll get equity in the film and a share of the profit. Well, then you should be talking about a commercial film, and you should be making a film that's going to sell to the majority of buyers and have a, you know, at least a very wide outlook in terms of its sales and distribution. Otherwise, there's no chance you're going to pay back the investor.
Awesome. So you've mentioned that Netflix is one of your clients who've been acquiring content from you, and so what is their selection criteria? First of all, what genres of content are more on demand at this time, and also what do they ask for from you that you ask from the content creators to deliver to you?
Okay, so there's a couple of questions in there. So the first one is, what are they looking for? Well, Netflix is a data-based company. What that means is, whatever works on their platform, they can see it immediately. Within 2 weeks of releasing a film, they have all the data they need to know how that film performed, where it performed, who liked it, who didn't like it, etc. And anything that performs well, especially in a new market, and Africa is a relatively new market for them, as well as the African diaspora. These are all relatively new clients for them. Whatever performs really well with those clients, as well as with the rest of the world, they're going to want more of that. And so, you know, in 2019, they came really strong into the market. They were buying like, you know, 1 or 2 titles here and there from us from 2015 to 2019. But in 2019, they actually appointed a head of acquisitions in Africa and a head of originals. And they set up shop here properly. And so they started buying a lot of content. And initially, it was quite experimental because they were like, we don't really know what's going to work, you know, in Africa. We don't really know what's going to work 100% in terms of African content for the African diaspora. So they were buying across a whole lot of genres, in a whole lot of languages, you know, a whole lot of format. They were trying a lot. They were quite experimental. In the meantime, they've seen obviously titles that worked phenomenally well and they want more of, and titles that just tanked and nobody watched, and they don't want more of those, basically. And that's what informs, you know, a buyer or a platform, really. It's very simple business. Like, this thing sells, can I have more? This thing didn't sell, no thank you, I don't want more of it, you know? It's no different from selling vegetables at the grocery store. Everybody wants watermelons, go to the farmer, get more watermelons. Nobody's buying lemons, don't get more lemons, you know? It's that simple, really, at the business end of it. So Netflix has definitely experienced, in what they've communicated to us, a high success rate in romantic comedies. I would say that's number one. It's also probably the genre we've been able to supply the most of. Very successful response in action comedy, but there's very few of those around, okay? And those are the 2 African genres that have done best for them, without a doubt. And then, you know, around those genres, romance, drama as well, you know, or comedy to a degree, but comedy gets quite specific. So comedy is the one genre that, unless it's physical comedy, in other words, it's quite slapstick and it's a lot of people falling and, you know, throwing pies in their face or whatever. If it's verbal dialogue comedy, then it will be quite regional, quite specific. Jokes that work in Ghana might not work in Kenya, you know what I mean, or in Ethiopia, and it's language specific. So comedy is a bit of a tough one, but romantic comedy, definitely, romantic drama and action comedy, those are the most sort of in demand right now. And then action per se has been very, very successful, you know, on the continent, but it's been coming from outside. It's not been African action because nobody is making African action, okay? And when we say action, you know, action is very simply defined as something blows up or somebody gets hit every 7 minutes, you know? You start with a bang and a bang every 7 minutes. That is action. If you have a story that is about some soldiers and there's like 2 action scenes in the movie, that is not an action movie, okay? That is a drama, you know, like a military drama or a whatever you want to, or a thriller, but it is not an action film. An action film is every 7 pages of your script, you better be writing that something blows up, somebody gets hit in the face, somebody jumps out of a car, something happens that is action. And obviously that's expensive and prohibitive, and that's why a lot of action films are not being made in Africa, because if you have a 90-minute film and every 7 minutes something blows up, well, you can count the dollars it's going to cost you a lot. So the action films are coming from America and Spain and Indonesia and you name it, right? But that's generally what's in demand and what they're asking for. And then what do they, you know, what do they say to us? Well, basically, you know, we act as an intermediary mostly because they are very inundated and they can't explain every detail of a contract and of a deliverable, etc., to every single producer and filmmaker. And hence they organically start to use aggregators like ourselves and other aggregators on the continent, because we understand the needs, we understand the contracts, we've been through that process with them once in detail, and we just add, you know, to the contracts, we just amend titles, so we don't have to do a new contract every time. It doesn't engage the legal department every time. And we know what it is, and we then take the time to explain those parameters in the contract to the producers. So that's really what they are farming out to us, is the process of explaining and taking producers and filmmakers through these kind of legal and technical requirements. And then by the time, you know, we've done that and we've got from the producer exactly what is required, and we've done a contract that mimics Netflix's contract, and we've checked the deliverables and we know that everything is as per what their requirements are, then we hand over a film to them that is as per the legal requirements and as per the deliverable technical requirements, and they can simply ingest it and put it onto the platform, right? And that's what they want. They want quick turnaround of movies. And so, you know, understandably, once producers have delivered several titles, eventually they get into the position where they can directly deal, for example, with the Netflix, you know. But if it's your first time, it's unlikely that they're going to, you know, they'll engage with you maybe directly, but it's unlikely that they'll actually process the film through you directly, because of the things I've mentioned now.
Awesome. What material delivery specifications do you ask for, or in terms of promotional materials? Because we've heard from different distributors what they ask for. So for you, for the different clients that you have, what package do you expect to be delivered with the material that content producers deliver?
Okay, so what we need is, ideally, the film should still be on a timeline somewhere in an edit suite. Okay, so if you were editing with another editor and they gave you the finished QuickTime file, and then they wiped off everything and gave you the thing and said thank you very much, move on, that could be problematic. So what you want is, when you're delivering a QuickTime file, you want the project ready in Adobe or Avid or Premiere or you know, whatever you've been working on. Okay, Apple QuickTime, whatever it's called, the editing system. So whatever you've been working on, ideally have it there, because a lot of the issues that come up require re-exporting according to the specification. So you might have made a QuickTime ProRes file, but you used the wrong bit rate, or you used the wrong you know, bits rate for your sound, or you know, there's certain things that you didn't export correctly. So we might come back to you and say, listen, can you re-export it at this? And then you don't want to be going back to an edit suite and getting the whole project set up again. So ideally have it on standby there. And so we then take the ProRes at the highest possible sort of best compression rate, best quality that you can get according to what you've shot. Don't export a 4K file if you shot it in HD. Obviously, that's not going to work, right? So it's got to be native to what you shot it in. Whatever your native frame rate was, and whatever your native resolution was, that should be the export, so that you get the cleanest, you know, sort of most native version of the film and best quality possible. Then the requirements from then on, just so people understand, the requirements at Netflix are very much different depending on if it's a straight acquisition, if it's an original acquisition, and I'll explain what that is in a minute, or whether you're doing original commissioning with them. Those are very, so you might hear somebody say, oh my God, the Netflix requirements, it's 4K this, it's that, it's crazy, it's an IMF file, you have to go to the end, to the moon and back to make the file. Well, that could be somebody who's doing an original show with them. And then the requirements are very different, because when Netflix puts their name on something and says, this is a Netflix original, you know, they're really pedantic about the quality, you know, and you have to know that going in and be part of the process. But if they're acquiring it straight up as a library title, in other words, here's the movie, we like it, we'll buy it, this is how much we'll offer, we want to buy the African SVOD rights for 2 years, this is how much we can offer, that's an acquisition. The requirements are much lower. They really are like miles lower than original requirements. And there you can, you know, it can be HD, it doesn't have to be 4K, it can be HD, and, you know, you could have shot it on Canon SLRs, DSLRs, or, you know, you can get away with a lot really there. So once we get the file, we will then do a QC on that file, which is a quality control, and check that there's no dead pixels, the grading isn't somewhere going out of range, you know, a lot of grain in areas or whatever it is. And we'll look at that, and we'll then give you feedback and say, are you able to fix these issues? If you can fix them, great. Go back into the edit suite, fix them, and we'll keep giving you the feedback, and there's no cost to that really. If you can't fix them, you can't get into the edit suite or whatever, then we will have to fix them in our post-production facilities. And obviously there will be a cost to that, to the time. So we log that time, there'd be a cost to that. So now the other deliverables that you need is you need to have a subtitle file, which is basically you know, all the dialogue in English, time code tracked. So there's the specific file formats for that are accepted and that they want. And the names of those file formats, I'll give them to you just now. I've got them written down here somewhere. But essentially, you need a subtitle file or a caption file if you have one, which is a file that also, if it's for America, they need closed caption, which also describes the sounds in the file, etc. And then you need the subtitle files are called .stl and .srt. Those are the formats that usually are required to be delivered in. And then you need, after that, you need a clean version. This often sometimes also is a problem, what we call textless. So we need a version without any titles, without any, you know, anything that's just a straight text. Not obviously the title of the movie or whatever that's done in a designed way, but any kind of subtitles or any text format that has to come out. And the subtitles are added on later by them, but we deliver a clean textless version, not burnt in subtitles as it's called. So the subtitles cannot be part of the video file. They should be separated out, and we call that a clean version, right? And then we need music cue sheets. So you have to provide a list of the songs that are and the music that is in the film, and that they've been cleared, you know, who the publisher is, who the artist is, and that these songs have been cleared, because the onus is on you to clear the rights, right? So Netflix doesn't work like a broadcast, like a free-to-air broadcast or a terrestrial broadcaster, where they will just log the songs and then they pay amounts to these collection agencies. That happens, for example, in South Africa with terrestrial broadcast. Netflix doesn't do that. They expect you to have paid all the artists for the music and cleared the rights, and the rights have to be cleared for the territories that they are going to be showing it in. So if they bought it for Africa and Brazil and the Middle East, you have to have cleared the rights for those areas. Because if it pops up somewhere and the publisher comes and says, hey, Netflix, you're running this film and you didn't pay for the rights, they're going to divert to us. We've signed a contract with you. We're going to divert to you, and you're going to be the one at the end of the lawsuit, right? Of that publisher. So make sure that your rights are cleared, etc. And Netflix as well, if that happens, you must know it's unlikely they're going to buy something from you again. You know, if they had to deal with lawyers from a publisher and pass it on, even if you had to resolve it in the end, it means that they say you're not really, you know, you're doing your job properly as a producer in terms of clearing the rights. And it will affect your potential future of sales to them and others. You know, word gets around. So make sure you've cleared all the rights on things properly. And then there's things like if they're going to dub it, but that doesn't often happen. But if they say they want to send it to Brazil, well, Brazil is Portuguese. They don't send English films to Brazil, right? And they can subtitle in Portuguese, but Brazil is like, and France and Germany, these are territories that really dub content. They only like to watch movies that they can hear in their languages, you know. The French don't subtitle in French, right? They dub in French, finished, end of story. So if you've got a film that's going to be doing well in France, but it's in English, then they'll need M&E, which is music and effects, which means you provide the audio separately for the film, and it doesn't have the dialogue in it, but it's got all the other sounds in it. Okay, and that is something you have to think about going in. If you think that you're going to sell in those territories and you're going to want you have your film dubbed, then when you go into final mix, you must specify that you want an M&E track, because it means any sound effects, like a door closing, if it was recorded on the same microphone as the dialogue, then when they take the dialogue out, the sound of the door closing also disappears. So you're going to have to put that sound back with what we call Foley in post, you know, in audio post-production, and that's an additional cost and quite a lot of work. So M&E tracks for dubs are another deliverable, but I can say that probably a good 85% of the content we deliver does not get dubbed. It's subtitled or it's in English. And then if it's going to America, there's E&O insurance. And E&O insurance is errors and omissions insurance. And that is that if you had a guy wearing Nike and he's the bad guy and he beats up a girl, Nike in America might get very upset and they want to sue you because you've portrayed their brand in a bad way, because they, you know, Nike would never be bought by a guy who beats up girls, right? People that buy Nike are upstanding citizens according to Nike and their branding department. And so, you know, you could be at the end of a lawsuit. So E&O, errors and omissions insurance, ensures that if that happens, the lawsuit gets covered by them, and the insurer will check the film and flag any problems. Say, we can't insure you. We've got this major issue here. You know, the guy's drinking Coca-Cola and stabbing people. That's not going to work. You know, we can't even insure that. So, you know, insurance, but it only really goes for America. But Netflix prefers to have E&O insurance, so they ask for it every time. And if it's not there, we have to justify it. You can buy E&O insurance in America for around $4,000 to $5,000 depending for a movie. So it's not cheap depending on your budget, but that's something that you should consider, especially if you want to break into the USA. You won't get into the US market without E&O insurance. And then the marketing material that you asked. So basically there's the trailer. Again, the trailer, like the movie, clean, textless, subtitles separately. Basically everything that applies to the movie applies to the trailer. You know, best possible resolution, most closest to the native frame rate, resolution, etc., bit rate. And then the other thing is artwork. So artwork is your poster. Make sure that it's still in layers. If somebody made the poster for you, you need to ask them for the Photoshop file or whatever they're working with that's still in layers, so that you know, if they're going to put the poster on Netflix in France, they obviously want to put French words in there, you know. So your tagline, even your title, will be translated into French, and they need to then be able to access the text in the poster and change those things. So make sure you've got a layered poster with the text and the images and the graphics separately. And then if you've got any stills, you know, a great idea during production is to take separate stills. We do use screen grabs in a lot of the cases, but they're not as good as actual photos. So sometimes you might see a good shot on set, you know, and even your DOP or somebody can just take a nice DSLR photo and take a shot of the same thing that the camera sees, you know, so that you've got it. Because remember, the camera, if you're shooting in HD, it's 1920 by 1080 or whatever. I mean, if you take a photo, it's like 4,000 by 3,000 pixels, you know, it's a whole different ball game. And people don't realize the difference between video resolution and photo resolution. So, you know, when you point your camera at something, you've got a beautiful scene, go and stick a stills camera next to the camera and take a shot of the same scene and have a still, you know. But otherwise, for Netflix, they have an artwork department. In an art department, we have to go through anyway, and a preferred vendor, and they will take screen grabs, whatever you got, and they will create all of the deliverables out of that. So you don't have to worry about making, you know, the landscape and the portrait and the this and the that. Just make sure you've got clean images to start with, and your poster is in layers, and the rest will be done from there.
Great. So I'd like to encourage our audience on Facebook and YouTube, start sending your questions, and Pascal is going to tackle them. I've just seen one from Leonard Amanya from Uganda. He's asking about which is the most sellable genre for your company, genre of content.
Romantic comedy.
There you have it.
See, that's okay. Our biggest seller here, right here behind me. That's our biggest seller. Happiness is a four-letter word. That's our biggest seller. We could sell that. We could actually sell that. It's the only film we could sell into the US to US television networks. And it did. And also, it's our biggest runner on Amazon. You know, we do revenue share on Amazon and Tubi and other AVOD platforms. And this film, hands down, makes the most money wherever it goes, everywhere in the world. So romantic comedies, even on Netflix, they are doing well in South America. They're doing well in Asia. They're doing well in Europe. They're doing well in North America. They do well all over the world, because guess what? Everywhere in the world, people are into romance. Surprise, surprise. You know, men are trying to hook up with women, women are trying to hook up with men. That seems to be a global phenomenon. So romantic comedies are definitely our bestseller. If you got romantic comedies and you email us, I promise you'll get an answer very quickly.
Okay. What would you say is your acquisition strategy? For instance, what determines when and how you buy your content?
The content determines when and how we buy it. I mean, we could probably sell 15 romantic comedies a year, but we only get about 1 or 2. So, like if we could get more, we could sell more. But people are always making very hard, dark, deep, whatever films that speak to them as filmmakers. And so that's the majority of what's coming through to us, but we don't have a market for it. I mean, we've tried that. We've tried a lot of titles that just didn't make money. So, there's no point of us signing a film that can't make money. So if your film doesn't have a happy ending, and it's pretty depressing, well, it's a film festival film, but, I don't know who I'm going to sell it to, because people generally on Friday come home from work, they had a tough week, they want to watch something uplifting, heartwarming, make them feel fuzzy and warm inside. They just generally don't want to watch like a depressing kind of issues-based movie. So our acquisition strategy is very simple. We know what we want, but where can we get it?
All right. So who are your biggest clients in the industry? You don't need to name names, but you can state the nature of rights that you buy.
Yeah, Netflix is by far our biggest client. I mean, that's not just us, by the way. That's every distributor on the planet right now. Okay, so whether you're in America, in Africa, in South America, in France, Netflix is generally paying more than 8 other deals combined, 8 other offers combined. That's the rule of thumb I can give you from my experience. We can get 8 offers from little distributors all around the world, and Netflix will come in offer double what they all combined are. So Netflix is without a doubt our biggest client, because also remember, they're in like 190 countries. I don't know what the number is now, but 160 million subscribers. Like if I had to do that, and there's a great example. Sometimes we sell films to Netflix and they buy worldwide rights, and then we get a breakdown when they sell us the report. We get a breakdown of what each territory was in terms of the value, and some of the territories, are worth like $30. It's a small territory, and the film is worth $30 in that territory. And Africa is obviously the bulk of the license fee. But what it makes me realize is that we could never sell that film in that territory, because if $30 is the value of the film in that territory, we can't do a deal for $30. It's not worth the contracts we've got to sign, or the delivery of. I mean, just the internet to deliver the film is going to cost more than $30. So Netflix offers this very unique kind of scenario right now, where you can get your film into so many countries in the world, where you wouldn't be able to do it if you had to sell those countries individually. You just wouldn't get in there. And we know that because before Netflix started buying, a lot of territories, we just never sold African films. And now African films are going all over the world. So if you get a worldwide deal from Netflix, you should really grab it, because if it pops somewhere, then oh, people in Nicaragua love my movie. You know what I mean? And then you found a new market, and your next movie, you're going to start marketing at Nicaragua. And maybe you get a theatrical release there because people love your movie for whatever reason, but you wouldn't know until you get the movie in front of them, and you won't get the movie in front of them, you know what I mean, unless you can get a deal into that territory. And right now, literally in some territories, the only deal you're going to get is a worldwide deal of Netflix that includes those territories. Outside of Netflix, our biggest buyers are generally television networks, are in the USA. That's where, I would say from a value perspective, monetary value, those are the biggest, but they're paying the biggest license fees, but they're very selective. There's very few titles that we can sell to the USA. I would say 1 in 10 titles we sign, we can do a USA deal on. And then the rest is a lot of it is revenue share. We put the titles on the usual platforms, whether it's Amazon Prime, Tubi, all the various new AVOD platforms. AVOD is what's kind of exploding right now in the USA. AVOD is bringing in more and more revenue every month. and it's kind of replacing free-to-air television. But the biggest part, because the reality is, if you have an African film, to get a theatrical release in Africa is already so difficult, right? It's literally, again, 1 in 10 films maybe that is going to get a theatrical release on the continent. Forget about outside of Africa, theatrical release. Festivals is where you're going to get a cinema audience anywhere in the world. But getting a theatrical release in the USA or somewhere else is literally impossible. So distributors don't buy a lot of movies, like international distributors. That we don't sell a lot to international distributors because they can't see like a theatrical release, then SVOD, or then television, then this, because that's normally how distribution works traditionally, right? You release on cinema, that's the marketing of the film. You hope to break even on cinema. That's actually the reality, is you want to break even. You don't make profit on cinema, but then everybody knows about the movie, and then the buyers will start buying it because they know about the film and it's had a theatrical release. I mean, your price points in the USA are literally determined by theatrical release or no theatrical release. If you see a title for rental on iTunes or Google Play or whatever, that price point is determined by it was released theatrically, it was not released theatrically. So, mostly we are selling directly to SVOD, AVOD, TVOD networks, free-to-air terrestrial broadcasters. Those are our biggest clients. And, Africa first. I mean, here's where the biggest interest is. And as you leave Africa, it kind of wanes. It gets more difficult, And that can be language-based, it could be cultural-based, or it could just be Americans just want to watch American content. That's...
Good. I have a question here from Esther Kemi. She says, I'm almost done with my feature film. How do I get my film to Netflix, for Netflix to preview? Can you help? I'm from Nigeria. So probably just say how your content submission process.
Yeah, so just email us. You can go to the website, www.aaa-entertain.com. So AAA 3 A's hyphen or dash entertain.com. And you can contact us via there, and then just send us a screener, like watermark it, put it on Vimeo, make sure it's not downloadable, secure it yourself. We generally work with Vimeo. It's the safest platform we feel and the simplest to use. And then send us a screener, even if it's a rough cut. If you're in post and you've got an assembly or a rough cut, you can send us that already. We understand post-production. We won't judge it for not being graded or online or whatever, but we can at least see the story and start giving you feedback and saying whether or not we think this will be something Netflix will be interested in buying. And, so because we've been selling them so much content, we know what they want and what they don't want. So if we know that they're not looking for this because they've rejected 5 films like this already and said, please don't send us any more of these, then we'll tell you straight away, like, I don't think we can sell this to Netflix. But if we think we can, then it goes into a batch, and we basically every 2 months or 3 months, we basically present a batch of films to Netflix, which is then, has a whole bunch of titles in, and that's also what they prefer. They don't want to look at one film at a time and do one deal at a time. They want to look at batches. So we'll put it in a batch, we'll send it through, and they'll then go and screen it, etc. But they really rely on the aggregators a lot because they're dealing with so many titles to kind of advise them on what kind of films are out there that are good, that will probably be of interest to them. And the more we work with them, the more we understand their needs and what we can submit to them and what we shouldn't bother submitting to them. So just contact us, send us a screener. The best way, obviously, once we've got something to look at, is the easiest way to make a decision. If it's still hypothetical, then we can discuss the hypothetical project. We can say, okay, it's this genre, it's this language, it's who's making it, etc. And we can give you kind of an idea and an assessment. But ideally, if you've got a screener, it's like very simple.
All right. We have about 5 minutes to go in this session, so make sure you send your questions so that Pascal can tackle them. But we have one here from Leonard who had asked about the most sellable genre. So he says, I know that you've shared that your most sellable genre is romantic comedy, but are you able to predict if a certain genre will be a success? The reason is that everyone will start making your recommended genre, and that will increase supply of that genre and less of the others.
Well, Leonard, interesting enough, we have an undersupply of romantic comedy. Okay, here's the reality. We have a total undersupply. So we're getting about 20% of the romantic comedies we could potentially sell. So number one, there's no fear at the moment of people making too many romantic comedies. Number two, filmmakers' inclination is not towards romantic comedy. We've come to terms with it and realized that filmmakers generally don't wake up in the morning and say, I just thought of a romantic comedy I want to make. No, they generally think of other genres. So you're going against, I guess, your nature as a filmmaker in a way to make a romantic comedy. So it's not like everybody's going to start making romantic comedies. That I'm pretty certain of. I mean, that's all over the world. Otherwise there'd be way more romantic comedies in the market. Romantic comedies are a commercial proposition. It's what people want to watch, but not what filmmakers want to make. That is, I think, we can agree to disagree, but that's our experience in it, definitely. But the mass market, and this is what you must understand, filmmakers don't represent the mass market. So what you and your peers enjoy and get excited about in the films you watch and discuss, it's not what the masses watch and discuss and get excited about. The masses are bankers, plumbers, electricians, you know what I mean? Whatever, petrol station attendant. The masses have normal jobs, and trust me, statistically, it's proven that they appreciate very lowbrow kind of simple films, like romantic comedy, action comedy. They want to be entertained. They don't want to be preached to. They don't go to cinema or switch on Netflix to learn. Okay, learning, there are other mediums they go to learn something. They go to church maybe to get a moral lesson, but they generally don't go to Netflix to get a moral lesson or to the cinema to get a moral lesson. They go for entertainment, right? But filmmakers feel compelled to often to share a message, a moral, to somehow get something across. And by all means do that, but know that you're going uphill because you're not, you're going against what people want to watch, or embed your moral message inside a very commercial genre. You can still make a romantic comedy with great moral lessons. I mean, look at Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry is a very faith-based producer. Look at his success. He owns studios now in Atlanta that Disney is shooting in. And how did he get there? He got there with romantic comedies and comedies. That's how he got to that point. But all of his films, if you look at them, have very strong moral kind of messages built into them, but they're not heavy movies. They're very enjoyable, light, comedic, romantic, kind of films. And slapstick. I mean, he gets dressed up as a woman, as a big mama. So, look at that. And that for me is, if you want to have success, there's a model for success, Tyler Perry. I mean, what more successful can you be as a black producer in Hollywood to own the studios that Black Panther was shot in? I think he cracked it, right? So, you won't be oversupplying the market right now. If we get to that point, I'd be happy. And then we can say, great, we need other genres, But right now, I can tell you for the next 2 or 3 years, we definitely need more romantic comedies.
There you had it. And the final question is from Judy Jonathan. She's asking, can I submit our film trailer for reviewing before our feature film is out?
Absolutely. You can send your trailer. It will give us an idea of the film and a bit of an idea of the quality. Of course, a trailer can be very far from the actual film. A trailer is, of course, an illusion, as a concept to make people go and watch the film. So, we will look at it, and, and the trailer will give us certain indications, and we'll know the genre from it and some of the production value, and we can feedback, but we'll definitely still want to see the screener after the trailer. You can't do a deal based on a trailer, if I can put it that way.
Okay. So our time is up. Pascal, probably you can give us your parting shot. What would you advise our filmmakers as you summarize?
In summary, I would just say, understand who you're making the film for. Go and be amongst those people you think you're making the film for. Ask them, find out if they're going to like the film you're going to make. Okay, and then make the film for an audience. Don't make the film for your peers. Don't make the film for your friends. Don't make the film for your family. They might all be encouraging you, but they're not enough people to buy enough tickets or to have enough, to be enough eyeballs to justify the sale of the film. Know who you're making the film for, know them well, and ask yourself throughout the process always, am I still making the film for those people? And try to make the film for as many people as possible.
Awesome. There you have it from Pascal. Thank you so much for your time, Pascal. We appreciate you taking the time to be with us.
Thanks, Lucy.
You're most welcome. For the audience, thank you so much for engaging with us on social media. And this conversation is going on. We have one more speaker coming up. And as we wait for Dr. Zippy, if you'd like to reach out to Pascal, he shared his his website, and you can submit your content there. So I believe our back office is going to share that information. So Pascal, look out for a lot of content which will be submitted to you.
No problem.
All right. Dr. Zippy there? You're on mute.
You're muted again, Dr. Zippy.
I can tell you we are going to shoot romantic comedies in 2021.
Good. I can't wait.
Yeah. But then anyway, sometimes like for me, I think all my films are always comedy-like, but we never write comedy. Comedy comes in the process. But
yeah, and it's hard.
It's
difficult. Comedy is not easy, eh? Not easy. It's easy to watch. It's not easy to make.
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much. I think we are very excited to have had you. We are very informed. In fact, I think we get excited when we hear the word Netflix.
That's the reality right now.
Yeah,
whether we like it or not, that is the reality right now. It may change in the future. I mean, I really hope that the future brings more buyers and platforms in Africa that are specific and indigenous to the continent, because what we really need is a market on the continent. Because if you can distribute a film in 52 countries, then you are going to have a booming industry, right? But right now, the only ones supplying the whole continent is Netflix,
I think I'd like to ask you a question that some people have also shared before in other platforms. What are the prospects of nowadays we have the premium VOD platforms? What are your thoughts on the premium VOD platforms? Are they like a Netflix platform, or are they like a cinema in your hands? What is your thoughts on them? As a producer, would you advise somebody to put their work there? Because the premium VOD pay per view, and then now as a sales agent, and then now Netflix buys. So does it reduce what somebody will send to Netflix, or rather Showmax or Mnet, by having your work on the pay as you view platforms?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, basically Netflix operates in the VOD space, which is video on demand, and whether that's a pay-per-view, what we call traditionally TVOD, transactional VOD, you pay and then you can view. SVOD is subscription, you subscribe and then you can view. And AVOD is an advertiser is paying for you to view. Now, any of those will infringe on your license fee from Netflix. They will look at any of those. I mean, if also your movies on YouTube, before you send it to us for Netflix, you should take it off YouTube or make it private, because any of those platforms means, what it basically means is certain of their audiences will have already seen it. So it won't be new to their audiences, right? So if you put it on a pay-per-view or you put it on YouTube or somewhere else, then the moment Netflix puts it on, people say, oh, I already watched that on so-and-so. So they're very aware of that, and they prefer like being the first. And because they pay so much, I think they feel like, they have the right to to be exclusive first. And then you can go to other platforms and do it there. But if you go to any of those, you certainly will reduce what they will pay for the film, or also that they might not buy the film anymore because they feel it's no longer exclusive or no longer unique for their audiences. But, I mean, it depends on your film again. Your film might not be right for Netflix, and there might be a pay-per-view platform that's perfect because it's got the audience that really matches your film. So again, just match the audience and your film up. and then you've got a winner. You know, as long as you know who your audience is, and if that platform has your audience, then you must go to that particular platform. You know, it's just understanding them, understanding the audience behind them, and then if that's the right one for your film, slot it in, go there.
Thank you so much. I think that this has been quite an informative session. And for anyone who has got more questions to Pascal, if you go to AAA Entertainment, you will get his contacts there and you can reach them to that space. I can tell you, they responded to us this fast. I am one of them.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Pascal. And we look forward to more interactions.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
And so, guys, we will now be having Ola Chris, Dr. Ola Chris from Acomat, taking us through what are Acomat's expectations and what does Acomat look for as a distributor and look for in terms of content. We can all tell that from morning up to now, every distributor has got a niche of their market. We could tell Rushlake has got the kind of market for documentaries and those deep realistic stories. And now AAA Entertainment, them, they love the romantic comedies because that's what their market sells on. We have Wangeshi, who is more into the short VOD platforms. And now let's hear what Acomat has. And we also had Trace TV, who are looking for also new content, fresh content, documentaries, and even music-oriented stuff. So there is no standard for like, we can't say that this is the only thing distributors want. Every distributor has got their niche market. The same way Pascal has just told you, you know what you want and get to the right market if you know your customer. But that's it for now. Lucy, you know I'm a teacher, I can talk forever. So I'll add Ola Chris.
Okay,
yes, from Acomat. Dr. Ola Chris is a playwright, theater writer. He's also an actor. He was in Jacob's Cross. And now he's distributing films and TV content through Acomat. Let me just wait for him to, yeah. Hi, Ola.
Hello, Zippy. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Lucy.
Hi, good to see you.
I'll just get out of the scene and allow you guys to go on.
Good morning, good afternoon, Nairobi. Hi, Lucy.
Hi, good to see you, and thank you for joining us. We've had an amazing session since morning about different aspects of distribution and also yesterday. So as we continue with this discussion, I'd like to welcome you to this second edition of Know Your Distributor. And I think most people are quite familiar with Acomat. We've seen some of your work and also attended some of your online workshops. So I'll give you this opportunity, Dr. Ola, to introduce yourself, tell us more about your background in the industry, and also tell us more about what Acomat is all about. And most welcome.
Wow. Hello, Lucy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, I lost you at some point there. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. All right, sorry. So I said that I'm giving you this opportunity to introduce yourself as the Acomat founder, and also tell us more about Acomat, because we have a lot of filmmakers who are watching us online, and they would want to ask you more questions. So tell us more about yourself, your background in the industry, and also about your company.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much, Lucy. Again, it's my pleasure to be here on your platform, and I say hello to everyone all over the world. Acomat is the first ever virtual screening room exclusively for Afrocentric films and TV shows. And our desire on Acomat is to put the spotlight on African filmmaking and monetization of content for African producers, all right? I am Ola Chris. My background is in theater and drama, and performance. And presently, I am I'm in charge of the Acomat division of training and development and project. And we have several members of the team in Acomat. We have about 50 years amongst us in experience in the field. I am basically holding forth in the training and development and projects. So I will be in charge of training, developing would-be producers, would-be manufacturers of products, African content Afrocentric products that will showcase the African Renaissance, as it were. So that's my division. And there are other people in Acomat who are involved in other aspects of it. I'm not the founder. I was brought in to be in charge of the training and development. And I believe I'm here to speak specifically on that aspect. So Acomat is a digital platform dedicated to the global equitable promotion and acceleration of Afrocentric, passionate about content from Africa. So we are home to the first ever virtual screen from Kenya, from Nigeria, Uganda, Cameroon, South Africa, Ethiopia, and other regions. And we have over 15,000 hours films and TV series on our platforms already that are ready for broadcasters, airlines, and other content producers. And we have jumped into the industry because we discover, Lucy, that it is challenging for producers, especially on the African continent, to sell their content beyond their borders due to an absence of a robust distribution network that connects the regions and territories in Africa. And so the strength of Acomat, our platform, it lies in the availability to, if you can say, accelerate and monetize content from across the continent in one place for easy access by buyers, thereby giving content producers access to new markets, stimulating demand, especially for content from underexplored territories, which can now be localized for new audiences. So basically, one of our major objectives is ensuring acceleration of content development and consumption. The content must not only be developed, we want to ensure that they are also consumed. So we will be investing in the industry by launching the training and development arm, which is to create a content production hub where producers can receive technical training, coaching, and all sorts of mentoring. Yeah.
All right. I'd like you to talk more about your docket, as the head of training and development, and what kinds of projects do you want to start, probably commissioning or co-producing with the industry? I think we have a connection problem.
All right.
There was a connection problem, but you had my question?
No, I didn't.
Okay, okay. My question is, the docket you're handling, the training and development, and you mentioned that you want to start doing productions and those that kind of thing. And we know that funding for content is a really huge challenge in this part of the world and maybe worldwide. So how are you going to bridge this gap? Do you intend to do co-productions or commission projects?
Hello, Lucy. I keep losing you. You.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right. Okay. I would like you to talk more about the training and development that you want to start doing especially in terms of production, because content funding is a big challenge in, let's say, the whole world. But for this part of the world, it's one of the biggest challenges that we have. So what solutions or what opportunities are you seeing that you're going to partner with content producers? Is it in terms of co-productions or commissions or pre-sales?
Well, it's going to be a combination of both co-production and commissioning. We are novel in the industry, and we are gathering our numbers now, and we have partners who are very interested in African products, partners in diaspora, partners within the African continent, who are very excited about what we are doing, and they are interested in putting numbers down when we have authentic African stories. So we don't even think funding is going to be a problem, because our stories are what sells, really. Stories are what sells. We know technologies are important. We will invest in that also. But it's the content that really matters, the stories. So we have people and industries and individuals who have the numbers financially, who are ready to put money down on the product that we'll bring to the table, because everybody wants to gain from investment. And if we can tell people, our investors, that, look, these are opportunities to tell our stories to the world, we believe we can partner with people, and then we can commission production also. We haven't had stories about the Mau Mau uprisings in Kenya, for example. We haven't had so much, just the Chaka Zulu story that we have in South Africa here, but we have indigenous stories all over the continent that have been covered up. The stories that tell of our indigeneity, of our histories, of our personality, of our religion, of our medicine, about. And we are interested, and our partners are interested in investing in such stories. So the products are going to be African products, African stories, as long as people can produce the stories and authenticate the stories, because the stories are us. If you lose your story, you lose yourself, you lose your personality, you lose your past, you have no bearing for the present, and you have no reckoning for the future. So we have people who are ready to invest on the stories. How the continent, for example, is connected through our DNA. There are stories all over like that. How Kiswahili connects all of us together, from the Cape to Cairo to the East Gambia to Eritrea. We want to tell stories like that, and there are people, Lucy, there are people who are ready to put their investment within the country, and even in diaspora, African diasporas, who are interested to put their money in numbers to these stories. So we won't have any problems at all. As long as the stories are authentic, we are going to dive into it and make production happen for the continent's sake and for our diaspora members.
All right. So which kind of content are you looking for at this time as ACOMAT? And which content that is required at this time?
Say that again.
Which is the content that you're looking for at this time, the genres of content, and who would you say are your biggest client for your distribution network?
Our biggest clients are, well, we have, for example, in Brazil, for example, we have over 80 million African diasporas in Brazil, for example. Put together, the Africans in diaspora are close to half a billion, and we need to reach them. A lot of them now are trying to connect to Africa. They're trying to find their roots to Africa, especially because the Americas and the Europe, racial profiling is increasing by the day. It's not getting better. Everybody seems to be going back home in their mind and looking for ways to connect home. For example, the Yoruba language of Nigeria has been adopted as official language in Brazil as we speak today, because there are populations of Yoruba people from West Africa, Nigeria, who have been quote and unquote lost in Brazil, in Cuba, in Trinidad and Tobago. And those are people who want a connection back home. I tell people that children will always look for ways to go back to their mothers. Africa is mother, and many people are thinking of going back home. So our stories will be connecting these people to their mother, to the continent. And these are the outreaches that we have. Close to 500 billion in all of this diaspora. Even Australia now, Australia have Aborigines who are Africans. So these are places where our content, our production, our distribution network will flow into. And we are proud to say already we have all of these indices on ground now to make this distribution very easy for producers on the continent.
Okay, so which genres of content are you looking for? Are you looking for films? Are you looking for series, kids content? Which genres?
Films, movies, series, kiddies, musicals, and even religion musicals. All types of musicals, from pop, Afro pop, anything that is a product from our people here from the continent. All genres are welcome. We have some kiddies content too on our platform already. We have some drama, we have some series, and we have some musicals also on our platform already.
Okay.
And the numbers are increasing.
Okay, so have you had what would you say for you is your prediction for the next like 5 years, according to how the industry is taking shape? We are seeing an upsurge of upcoming VOD platforms. There's a digitization which is happening across the world. So what do you see? What do you foresee as an opportunity that, as creatives, we should not be skipped by?
I believe that this is actually the time for creatives. I believe the time for creative is actually now. When the desperation increases, stories are supposed to be told. When people are bereft of their bearings, when people lose their bearings, stories are to be told. It is stories, proverbial stories, that leads people back to where they are, to who they are. And to speak of the continent, we know that the continent over centuries, over 4 centuries, close to 5 centuries now, the continent of Africa has been the center of productivity in the New England and the New Americas. Africa has been the center of battles. Africa has been the center of focus of everybody. It's all. So now, as it were, psychologically, there's a battle. Africa is the battleground now. You see the Chinese coming to Africa. They are not coming for picnic. They are coming to look for what is available in Africa that they know. So this time is a time especially for a focus on Africa. And we believe Africa holds, in the future, is going to be holding the largest market for all forms of productivity. Now, in creativity, Africa is going to be playing a big role, because let's be honest, what new stories are to be told from the West? What new stories? No stories. No stories from the West except repetitive stories, espionage stories, the James Bond series. We don't have them again. Stories like that are no longer, it's just a repetition. And everybody is coming to a Wakanda mentality now. Africa has to be the next point of call, not from the Asia, moving down to Africa now. So there's a focus on Africa. And before outsiders come to eat what we have, we need to be the going to be so busy walking around the clock very soon, and they will be doing nothing than telling the African stories, all forms of African stories, from the story of colonization, decolonization, from the stories of our ancestry, our linkages to the diaspora, the stories of our encounters even in the diasporas, of the treatments and the life of our people in diasporas. We have Africans who have been successful in the diaspora. We don't hear these stories. We need to tell the story also. We need to tell the story of our medicine, the story of our religion, the story of our religion, the story of our creativity, the story of our ancient industrializations. Before a Chinese wall was built, a wall was built in Western Nigeria in Benin City. Lucy, we need to tell these stories. Africa was not underdeveloped. Africa has been developed. The Zimbabwe walls, the Zimbabwe cities that have been covered up. We need to tell the stories so that people will know that Africa really has nothing significant to gain from the West. In fact, the West and the whole of the world has significant things to gain from Africa. And you know, the world moves towards who tells the story best. I bring this thing like a court of law, for example. When two parties go to the court, and it is the lawyer that best tells the story of the happening that the judge moves towards. If you can convince the judge that your story is the authentic story, the judge favors you. And the story of Africa, Lucy, has been told over centuries without Africans contributing in these stories. How could you be talking about me in my absence? How could you be talking about me without my contribution? So now, Lucy, Africa must be on the table. You can't even talk about our internal problems if we are not on the table. So we believe that there will be enough product for producers to not be able to sleep round the clock. And we believe in the billions of dollars that even outsiders, well, you are aware that outsiders are coming in now to try to tell our stories, to tell our stories, but with their little coloration because they are putting in the monies. But we want to begin to put in the money to sponsor and to produce, because if you can produce your story, you will tell it your own way. But if someone else produces your story for you, they will change it and they will color it and remove and add and delete. So we want to tell our stories. And we believe before external influences begin to come in, we want to have our roots ingrained. We want to have our producers ingrained so that people who are interested in what we are doing will just be partners, not people who will take over our storytelling. It's all about storytelling.
Great. I love how you speak. That was profound. So now let's say I have created this amazing African story and I approach Acomat to be my distribution partner. What are your expectations from me as a content creator? What should I submit to you besides the full probably episode of my show? What else would you need from me?
Nothing, basically. All the risks, we take all the risks. We see your content, we approve of your content, and we take all the risks for distribution, and we will be giving you analytics about the distribution, how your content is doing in the market within the continent and outside the continent on a monthly basis. On a monthly basis, you will be following. So our analytics are there for you to even know exactly what your content is doing like in Ethiopia, what it's doing like in Ghana, what it's doing like in Gambia, what it's doing like in the Francophone countries, and your content in Kiswahili, we will translate them into French, for example, into Portuguese, to go as far as Brazil, to cut across the borders of the world, language-wise. So you will be part of, when you give us your content, we'll run you through, and you will be part of the processes. You will know the numbers yourself, and you will be able to follow through. it's going to be, because producers are not carried along. Producers will just be told that, oh, these are the figures we have for 3 months ago.
We seem to have lost Ola.
Yeah. The content was selling in Russia and the producer did not know. Can you believe that? On our Command platform, nothing like that will happen. You will know your content since the moment we receive it, since the moment it goes live. You will know how it's doing, the intakes, you will know the numbers, and you can follow through. We want producers to enjoy their work. You see, one of the things we discovered about producers is that while they are busy producing, they are concentrating too much on producing, and they are not even thinking of distribution. We want a division of labor. We don't want producers to worry about distribution.
We seem to have lost Ola. As we try to get him back on the channel. Can you start sharing your questions on our Facebook and YouTube channel as we try to get Dr. Ola back on the platform? And thanks for your engagement. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Njogona Muthui.
Yeah, we will wait for him. I think he's connecting back.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so you've heard, as we wait for Dr. Ola, you've heard that we need to start telling our own authentic stories from our own perspectives. And there are tons of opportunities that we can explore as creatives in terms of sourcing for funding. We've been having this conversation since the 4th, which is on Wednesday. And we continue this conversation up to this evening to know how do we make money out of this content business, and also how do we place ourselves as creative entrepreneurs so that we start seeing this industry as not just as an art for entertaining people, but you need to entertain them and make money out of it. So we need to start breaking even when we create content, we sell them to multiple platforms. And the purpose of this distribution discussion is for you to know who are these people who buy content and where do they take this content, and which formats, technical formats, do they want you to create the content in. So I hope you're grasping all these different concepts and ideas which are going to help you in your journey as a creative. And we'll keep engaging in these kinds of discussions, not just now. This is just a continuation, because last year during the 4th Lake International Pan-African Film Festival, we also had this distribution discussion, but this year it's more intense. We've had more speakers than we had last year. So I hope everyone is learning and everyone is speaking which industry they would like to go to. Do you like to sell to airlines? Would you like to sell to the free-to-air platforms? Is your market the VOD platforms like Netflix or Showmax or Amazon Prime? And if it's a video on demand, which video on demand? Oh, welcome back, Dr. Ola.
Thank you, Lucy. The
Yes,
connection.
technical issue there.
The connection is not our friend.
No, it's okay. You're welcome back. And yeah, you can maybe tell us in terms of deliverables, if I'm to submit content, and yeah, you've said that you just need my content. Which kind, like technical specifications, do you need it in? And also marketing tools and promotional material. Do you need any of that? Because probably you'll buy something from Kenya, which has some sheng in it, and sheng being our Swahili slang. And you're selling it probably a client in Senegal. What do you need from us so that our content is appealing to an international market?
Oh, well, we have in-house technical guys who go through this content and make sure that they are the ratings, the standard that we want. And it's funny to begin to talk about international standards, because I query some of the standardizations sometimes. I mean, who gives the standard? It's almost like saying, yeah, this is the best shot, angle shot. Who says it's the best? There have been net-breaking movies that are shot deliberately breaking rules. So what we need, number one, it's the story. Lucy, we're interested in the story. You see, in Acomat, we know that quality is good, right? But investing in quality should not even be the highest goal of Africans. I say this with all modesty. Must we have guns and computers in our stories? We must find real, authentic, original stories for content and make them big. Make them big. Look at The Gods Must Be Crazy, for example. It's a South African story, an African story, domiciled in Africa, and we see how well the story did. So when we make our stories, our authentic stories, our original stories, when we make them big, we're ready to compete. Eventually, it is a game of numbers. Why is Africa important to the world? When people die, their stories and histories die, if not passed on. So Africa's great linguistic and cultural heritage is being quickly destroyed rather than preserved or nurtured. So we are interested in the content. If the content is good, look at cartoons, for example. It is not particularly about the drawings in cartoons. It is the stories that goes on in the cartoons. So when we begin to talk about the world standard now, I get disturbed. It is the stories that we are interested in. If the story is good, and then the rest is visuals. We make the visuals. Our technical guys will tell us the visuals that are important. And if we need to subtitle it, we will do the subtitling. The subtitling is on us. We do the subtitling, and we send it to all corners of the world where we have our distribution network. So we emphasize on the story. We are Afrocentric to the core, and we want Africans to begin to think this way. It's all about stories. Movies sell basically because of the story. Look at Toy Story, for example. I mean, who has consideration for toys that kids play with? But we see adults sitting down to watch Toy Stories because of the stories on the toy. It's not really the toy, it's the stories around the toy. You see now. So we are basically interested in the content, which means the story. All right? So if the story is good, we are interested in the story. No matter what the visuals are, we're interested in the story. Of course, the basic standards will be okay, visibility, picture, and all that. Besides that, we don't want to labor too much on standardization to discourage people who look at on the internet today. We have all forms of stories, short stories, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Who cares about the visuals? Who cares about the camera angles? All we are looking for is the story. During this lockdown, there are a lot of stories that went around that creates humor concerning the pandemic. No one is sitting down and judging the quality of the picture and judging the angle of the camera. Everyone is concerned and humored and encouraged or depressed by the content of the product, for the products. So we're certainly going to invest in quality, and we believe in quality, but really we want to emphasize to Africans and African producers that it is the story that we are talking about. the story. African values may hold the key to human survival on Earth. When everybody is being killed by the pandemic all over the world now, people are wondering, why are Africans not dead? We can't die. It's in us. It's the herbs around us. It's the herbs around us. It's the air around us. We are organic. We are the most organic place on the face of the earth. These are stories we need to tell to the outside world, for example. We may look at these stories as minute and insignificant, but no, they are not insignificant because they are authentic. They are exciting stories to be told to the world. So when the products come into our platform, we will look at them, and then if we approve of them, we will fly them. What matters is the story, the narratives in it. And I think this will encourage our producers in Africa not to neglect their stories at all. There's an Esther Matlangu here who has been given honorary doctorate all around the world in the biggest universities in Harvard. Look, this woman is a woman who is domiciled in Limpopo, north of South Africa here. You know the woman, she paints authentic African colors and designs, just like that. She doesn't want to make it better and look like the West. No. When we begin to bring our standards to conform to the West, then we have an originality problem. And I don't want us to go back into that. We have failed woefully trying to copy the West. Let's be authentic, and the West will begin to come back home. Imagine how Westerners come to Africa and put on our clothes, put on our designs, and they feel excited about it. This is the time when we will begin to make big our own stories, our own product, our own production. That's what Acomat is focusing on, and we want to direct our energies into it. We're not embarrassed or excited too much about what goes on in the West. We want to concentrate on Africa here. I can look at, for example, look at Bollywood. Bollywood, for example, Lucy, I was a fan of Indian music, but when they began to do choreographies like American choreographies, American dances and all that, they lost me there. They lost me there because I want the authentic Indian stories. The stories are what sells it, then the costumes. Africans were not a gun shooting people. We have other means of fighting our battles here. We have traditional means of fighting our battles here. I can make you disappear by blowing a powder into you, for example. We want those stories, our magics. We want our magics. We want our astrologies. We want those stories, our religion. We want those stories. We want them to be told.
Wow, awesome. I'll read a comment here from Facebook from Jogona Muthui. He says, great topic here. The late Dr. Edward Robinson stressed that Africa needs to tell her story from her own perspective. The whitewashed version of our past is no longer palatable. That's profound. And also, Judy Jonathan is asking you that, do you have specific film content that you market? Maybe you can answer that.
We don't have specific content that we market. If it's an African story, we will market it. If it's an African story, we will market it. If it's love, we have love stories in Africa. We have love stories in Africa. We have family stories in Africa. We have stories, love stories, concubinage stories in Africa. We have stories of a man having what you call an harem, having how many women. We have stories of a woman having more than one man. We have stories like that. Happenings like that have been in Africa. We have those stories here. We have stories of tribal differences, tribal war. We have stories of brothers fighting amongst themselves because of the prettiest girl in the particular village. We have beautiful stories of our magic, of our art. We have stories of espionage on the African continent. I heard of a story when the kings in Nigeria will fall ill, they will travel as far as what is now Kenya and South Africa, Cape Town, to go look for medicine, and they will travel weeks and months, travel to go look for medicine to heal. Now, the travel was supposed to take months in today's calculation, but it took 7 days then. How did our ancestors travel 7 days crisscrossing the continent? They had some supernatural powers that we must begin to invest in and investigate. We don't want these old people to die. You see, Lucy, when a 95 years old, when an 85 years old, when a 75 years old man dies in Kenya, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Senegal, they die with stories. It's a library that is burnt, that is destroyed. So when we do funeral ceremonies for our old ones, we must be careful that they are not dying with our past, our present, and the strength we need for our future. So any story, we will take in any African story. And you see, there are no Western stories that are not available. So we want all African stories to be out there. Stories that you may think is the story of sibling rivalry. For example, we have sibling rivalry in Africa. For example, in Nigeria, we have the Benin Empire, we have the Oyo Empire, we have the Egba Empire, and these are all siblings. We have stories. Today, an Oyo person will say, no, I don't want my daughter to marry from Ondo, but these are relatives from history because the borders have come. The borders came on the continent, and each country also created borders. We now have rivalry. They are from there now. They are from there now. I got to Tanzania. The driver that took me from the airport was speaking on the phone and was talking Amsini Wakati. What's that? So after I was done, I said, sorry, this is Tanzania. I said, sorry. You said Wakati and you said Amsini. I said, are you talking about time and 50? He said, yes. I said, that's my language. I am Yoruba, I'm Nigerian. That's my language. He said, that's not possible. I said, but it is possible. So we are all connected. We are all connected. In Nigeria, we call meat nama. In South Africa, they call it nama. When I got to Kenya, they said namayatolo. What's this? So we are all relatives. These are the stories we must be investing on. And I tell you, Lucy, these are stories that will glue people to their screens and it will tell us the interconnectedness of the African peoples. And this is where everyone in the world will become interested because now we have identified ourselves. We have known that we are siblings. We have known that Lucy is my sister, my distant cousin. Then I will never look at Lucy as a stranger. These are normal stories, but these are authentic stories, and the world needs these stories because our identity, our stories have been told by people who are not us, people who never loved us, people who only loved our land, our resources, our monkeys, our gorillas, our giraffes, our lions, but they do not love the peoples of Africa. They can't continue to tell our story. So any story, we're interested in any story, as long as it's a story that is biased about Africa, for Africa, as long as the story, we will be propagandists about our story because all stories are about propaganda. That word is not negative only, it can also be positive. We will push our stories to the world. We will make propagandas of our stories, how the world started in East Africa, how everything in the Bible is born on Africa. Even the Bible stories must be told again from the African perspective. We have lies in the scripture put down there, making us to believe that the stories of the Bible of the white Jesus coming to save Black Africans. Can a white person save any Africa? These are the stories we want to come out. So it's going to cut across religion, it's going to go into tradition, it's going to go into culture, and in culture it will go into marriage, it will go into all forms, arts, all dimensions, Lucy. It's massive. When we begin to look inward, it's massive, Lucy. It's massive.
Wow. Very, very, very profound and insightful. Thank you so much for that. I have seen a question here from Esther Kemi, and she's asking how can they earn from Acomat? So I think they're asking more about your business model. When you acquire content, is it a revenue share deal, or are you buying minimum guarantee?
No, we have a revenue share deal. Because we believe the lifespan of a content can be up to 7 years, as it makes travelings. We will make your content to travel from our cinema outlet, move to all platforms. We want to see how a content can how do I put it now? Can be squeezed ultimately before it goes and end up for a 5-year deal on a Netflix, for example. We want to see how your content will travel far and make money, not just be in the hands of someone for 5 years while you are wondering what is happening to my content. There are other avenues where this content can be profitable, and that's exactly what we are gunning towards. You bring your content to us, we sit down, we discuss revenue sharing, and we are bearing most of the risks anyway. And we know the burden of producers. We know producers are suffering, Lucy. Producers are suffering. Producers are not excited to go back and produce the more. And we want to take this burden off them so that producers will only think of producing and seeing their bank alerts. That's all we are interested in. We will talk about the revenue sharing, and it's going to be transparent, and everyone will see how the sharing, how the revenue is going. So nothing hidden.
Okay, so would you tell us like what a basic contract format looks like? If it's in terms of exclusivity, you've said it's non-exclusive, it's a revenue share deal. Are you buying worldwide rights, and what nature of rights are you signing with the content owner? Just to have an understanding of the nature of your distribution contract. Did you hear my question?
Okay, now I think I have an idea. I think over the years, producers have been put in a box so that they don't even have a say or a choice over their product. In Acomat, we want to change the dimension of this. We don't want a producer, for example, to be in prison because you have a deal with someone. So we will lay it on the table. Do you want what type of, we will introduce what we have on the table, exclusivity. It depends on the content too. If the content is new, and then we can now talk. We will take the producer through the journeys that we have for your content. In fact, most of the producers have told us, look. We like the journey you have outlined for us. Just keep it for 3 years, keep it for 4 years, keep it for 5 years. Because they see the transparent way in which we deal with them. And usually all of them are saying, okay, keep it exclusively for these long years and we'll come back and review. So if you want 2 years or 3 years exclusivity, which is subject to review again, because we want the producers to feel free to come to the table and review. So it's going to be mutually based on what is good for either party.
Wow, awesome. So for the audience on Facebook and YouTube, please feel free to ask your questions. Dr. Ola is still here with us, though we are about to wrap up this session. It has been very, very much insightful. I've learned so much about yourself and Acomat, and I've seen the passion you have for us to tell our own stories and authentically doing so. And I think we are up on a good track as the creative industry of the continent. And I think everyone has been challenged to take up the task. And Acomat is here. They are looking forward to engaging with you and to acquiring your content.
And Lucy,
Yes, Dr. Ola? Hello, Dr. Ola?
Hi, Lucy. I can't get you. I hope you're there.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you now, Lucy. I lost you again.
No problem. So probably as we wrap up,
Yes.
what will be your parting shot to all the creatives in the African diaspora, in the African continent, who are looking to first create content that is going to resonate to us, and also in the perspective of them coming to you to help them reach these markets? What are your parting shots?
All right. Thank you, Lucy. Everyone is screaming now that Africa is on the rise. And I'm surprised that people are even surprised that Africa is on the rise. I tell people, eventually all estranged children will come back home to mother. Everybody who has despised their mothers will come back home. Everyone who has despised their homes will come back homes. Will come back home. So the continent is going to be receiving a lot of refugees, a lot of people who are discovering that home is in Africa. So we want to encourage, look, as of 2013, Africa was the world's fastest growing continent at 5.6% a year. And that GDP is expected to rise by an average of over 6% a year between 2013 and 2023. So 2 years from now, Africa is going to increase. And you see, Africa is where the playing field is. So we want to enjoy and encourage creatives. Stop looking outside for your inspiration. Go to Nairobi, go to Cape Town, go to Johannesburg, go into Gambia, go amongst the people, stay among the people, research among the people, go into Ethiopia. There are stories of Africa's cuisine that have not been told. For example, I have been hearing about Yamayacho Oma, for example, for many years, until a friend of mine took me to a place in Nairobi and we sat down. I have never seen authenticity in African eating like that. I was eating things that I've never seen before, things that were strange, but things that I loved. How could you fall in love with something that you were meeting for the first time? It means you have it in your DNA. I am looking forward to go back to Nairobi to eat Yamayacho Oma, for example. So let's go, let's look inward to Africa. I will tell creatives, let's look inward to Africa and begin to tell our own stories. Let nobody tell our stories. And it will begin by us believing in ourselves. Let's believe in ourselves. Let's believe in all of our methods. Let's believe in our ancestors, the way of our ancestors. You see, Lucy, I'm not even excited that we're speaking English. I wish we were speaking Kiswahili or another form of African language, Zulu or Yoruba. We have enough language on the African continent, and language will tell you about who you are. It will tell you about your tradition. It will tell you about your culture. It will tell you about your beliefs, your traditions. It will tell you about your past, your present, and to open you up to your future. Creatives, let's look inward. Let's look inward. Remove the guns from our stories. We don't need them. Remove the computers from our stories. Our ancestral stories had no computers. Let's go back. The Mau stories had no computers in them. They were stories of happenings, stories of uprisings against Western usurpation. So let's go back and look within and bring out the stories, love stories, rivalry stories, stories of battles, ethnic battles. Let's bring out the stories. Before democracy came, there were stories. We have our governing system. We have our leadership system, structures. We have our chiefdoms, our kingships. Let's go back to those stories and bring out our authentic. You see, when the West talk about, for example, the Reed dance in Swaziland, for example, in August every year, they say, look at them, they are naked Africans. And when you see the celebrities in the West, how naked they are, nobody says they are naked. You say it is style. Something is wrong with who tells the story. Our tradition, our cultures, our culture, our maidens who appear in Swaziland, for example, and present themselves to the king, it's a way of It's a natural African way, and it's about us. It's about what we believe. It's about lifestyle, and I believe no culture on the face of the earth is superior to another. So let's know that we have our own ways, and we must go back there and tell the story. So I encourage creatives, dig in deep, go back home, sit down with your grandmother, sit down with your great-grandmother. Let her tell you stories about Mau uprising. Let her tell you stories that have never been told, and put them down and add a little salt and pepper here and there. Voila! Before the cameras, the world will begin to clap, because it will be strange, it will be authentic, and it will be unique. Thank you, Lucy. I hope I have made sense.
Yeah, well, yes. You made so much sense. Thank you so much. And I don't think anyone has questions. You've just covered the whole conversation very well. And to the audience, if you'd like to engage more with Acomat, you can go to their website. I have seen our back office has shared more details about them. So if you'd like to submit your content for consideration on the acquisition and distribution model, just reach out to them. And yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Ola, for your time and sharing your knowledge and your passion. It has been amazing, and we look forward to engaging. You're most welcome. So I'll hand it back over to Dr. Zippy to wrap it up as we prepare for the next session.
Thank you, Lucy.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, guys. We are quite excited. We really appreciate. And even to our audience, we really appreciate for having been here. Thanks, Dr. Chris. We have really learned a lot about Acomat and telling our African story.
Thank you, Dr. Zippy.
Yeah, we will tell more of our African story. And to guys, in the afternoon, we have another session. We have the panel discussion on monetizing your creative content. And that's going to be another great one. We really appreciate that you've been here for now. That is 4 hours, exactly 4 hours as at now. And we have kept it consistent with all the views and all the questions, and we really appreciate even all the 5 panels that we've had during today. We'd also like to appreciate our sponsors, the French Embassy, the Kenya Film Commission, and Amnesty International for having supported LIPFF, despite the fact that this year we are virtual. It is not any less. I think we are going to adapt to being virtual and being physical even in the next years. And to the LIPFF 5th edition, we just want to say thank you for being with us all these years. And until afternoon, let's say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.